Me again. Is anybody there?
Hello.
Hello. Can you just say to Ruth that if she needs me to like check anything or do anything this end, I've got my mobile on my desk, so she could just message me. So she needs to get in touch with me while I'm during the meeting.
Right. Yeah. Okie dokie then.
Okay.
We'll do.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Good morning, all.
Morning.
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 Good morning.
Morning, Kath.
Morning, Kath.
Morning, Andrew.
Morning, everyone. Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Andrew.
Morning, William.
Morning.
Andrew, thank you for that notice you put in to members concerning the raffle.
Good. And Kath, you'll be pleased to know that I've just made my donation. I've just bought some tickets via Lydia's website.
Thank you very much. The charity really deserves some support.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning, Mike.
Good
Morning,
morning.
Lydia.
Morning, Mike.
Morning all.
Morning.
Just to say, Chair, I don't have those 4 symbols in front of me. I have 5 and they are different. So it's quite difficult translating all the time.
Good morning to everybody. Good morning at Alden House. Are you ready for starting the meeting?
Yeah, we're ready to go.
Take
Councillor
your
Ward,
silence.
please.
All right, Hannah. Thank you, Hannah. Everyone, welcome to the planning meeting. I hope you can hear me clearly. Planning meeting on Friday the 6th of November 2020. We'll start with call of members, apologies for absence and members' declarations of interest. Apologies for absence from Ken Richardson and Andrew Gregory. And in terms of declarations of interest, I have none to declare today. So I will hand over to Hannah, who will do the roll call and ask members for any other declarations of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, Councillor Armitage.
Present, no declarations of interest.
Councillor Brady.
I'm here. I am acquainted with 2 of the speakers on item 5, Mrs. Colley and her husband. I met and have met occasionally many years ago, although I haven't seen them for a very long time. And Mrs. McIntyre, whose family I've known since the 1960s and who I see occasionally at the school gate.
Thank you. Councillor Chaplin.
Good morning, everyone. On item 10, it says the applicant is the Peak District National Park Authority. And as a member of this authority, I believe I should declare an interest, and so should other members. But correct me if I'm wrong, please.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. That's one I overlooked.
Councillor Chapman.
Present and obviously number 10.
Ms. Harlin.
Present and just number 10. Thank you.
Councillor Hart.
Present and number 10.
Councillor Huddlestone.
Present and number 10.
Councillor McCloy,
Present and again number 10.
Councillor Mrs Potter,
Present and number 10.
Slack,
Present and item 10.
Mr Smith,
Present and a personal interest to declare for agenda item 6, as I'm a trustee and chair of trustees of the Council for British Archaeology, which is making a representation as a just to say that I've had no input to the selection of this application for a response, nor to the response itself. Indeed, I wasn't aware of the representation by CBA until reading the officer's report. And agenda item 10, as everyone else.
thank you, and Councillor Warmby. So just Councillor Warmby not here, and the apologies for Councillor Richardson and Councillor Gregory, Chair. Thank you.
I must put in, it's William Armitage, item 10, declare of interest.
Well, thank you, William. Yes, I'm sorry I omitted that to start with. Okay, let's move on then. Next item on the agenda, minutes of the previous meeting, and these are the minutes for the meeting of the 9th of October 2020. The minutes for last week's meeting will follow in December. So, members, I can't see any of you at the moment. So, can I have a proposer and a seconder for the minutes, please?
Happy to propose, Chair.
Second.
Thank you, Ken.
Councillor
Thank
Hart,
you. The minutes proposed and seconded. Urgent business. I've no urgent business. Public participation as listed there, and we'll come to those as we go through each item, which then takes us on to the first substantive item, which is a full application for the removal of some animal enclosures, demolition of a ticket office, removal of an overspill car park, erection of one residential dwelling, installation of package treatment plant, change of use of land around the site to residential, reinstatement of parkland, works of hard and soft landscaping and other works incidental to the application at the Chestnut Centre, Sheffield Road, Chapel-on-Frith. And the Vice Chair and myself visited this site yesterday with officers. A very interesting visit, well worthwhile. And there's a lot of information we're going to be given today on this. So I'm going to hand over to John Keeley, who's got the task of doing that. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, members. I hope you can all hear me okay. This is the application site area edged in red on the slide in front of you, and the other land in the applicant's ownership edged in blue. The Chestnut Centre, it's a former wildlife park located around basic buildings at Slack Hall on the outskirts of Ford, about 1.5 kilometres to the northeast of Chapel-on-Frith.
John, can I just pause a minute? Sorry to interrupt. Yep. Have members got your slides in front of them? Can they just confirm? Because I haven't.
I do, Chair.
I have a plan in front of me. It's Kath.
I have
a plan map in front of me.
That's fine, thank you. Well, it's just I haven't for some reason, so we'll continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, the Chestnut Centre is it was a former wildlife park. It closed in 2017, but when it was operational, it was a very popular tourist attraction, attracting tens of thousands of visitors a year. Although it's closed, the site still retains consent for that use, which needs to be remembered. The site entrance and the buildings are focused within the small hamlet of Slack Hall in the bottom left of that slide, that group of buildings there. Ford Hall itself is located within the group of buildings on the upper left of that slide, and both the group of buildings in those two hamlets form the Slack Hall and Ford conservation area. The main road between Rushup Edge and the Hope Valley and Chapel runs along the southern boundary of the blue line there, and you can see within the blue line, that is the parkland which was associated with the Ford Hall, which is a Grade 2 listed building. The formal gates, original sort of historic drive to Ford Hall, is located at Slack Hall, and you can see in the centre of the blue parkland a driveway running through there, which is the historic route to Ford Hall. It's no longer used as such, but that runs through the parkland, crosses the river before turning back to the house itself. There is a public footpath just off this slide to the upper right, about 1 kilometre away, which affords very long distance views down the valley towards the Slack Hall conservation area. If we have the next slide, please.
John, I think you're breaking up a little bit.
This is the zoomed in view of the Slack Hall group of buildings, based around the Chestnut Farmhouse, which is the building in the very bottom of the slide. That's a listed building, a Grade 2 listed building, and the barn to the north, immediately to the north of that, and the barn to the west beside the entrance gates are Kirtley's listed buildings. There's a further listed building which is outside the site area in the applicant's ownership, the Toll Bar Cottage on the right of that, fronting the road, which is a Grade 2 listed building as well. And the rectangular building to the north of that small group of historic buildings is the modern ticket office and shop associated with the Wildlife Centre. And to the north and west of that ticket office building, you can see there is a range of car parking areas which have been cut out of the hillside, which are landscaped with modern planting in and between the car parking areas, which didn't obviously form part of the historic parkland landscaping. And I should point out at this point, the landscaping within the historic parkland is all covered by an area tree preservation order. Can we have the next slide, please? This is the river corridor to the north of the application site area and east of Ford Hall, where all the wildlife enclosures are located. This is a well-wooded valley running either side of the stream, and the proposal is to remove the majority of these wildlife enclosures, which form generally, we'll see some slides in a moment, but they're small sheds, cages and small ponds. And they're all grouped around a series of pathways through this wooded valley, which formerly formed part of the pleasure gardens to the Ford Hall complex. Clear removal of those would enhance that valley and would need to be done with care. Next slide, please. So the proposal is to, as the chair said in the introduction, is to demolish the ticket office building, remove the overspill car parking areas and most of the wildlife enclosures down the river corridor, followed by the erection of one earth-sheltered dwelling. This will be a market house set into the banking on the upper level of the car park. The case for the new dwelling in open countryside is being made under our policy DMH6, which does allow for housing on previously developed land, provided it conserves and enhances the value character of the built environment and the landscape. So the key issue here is whether this dwelling and the proposal in its entirety achieves the significant benefits necessary to landscape and built environment. If we perhaps move on to the next slide, please. And I'll come back to a more detailed site plan and lead you through the proposal. So this is the slide showing the Chestnut Farmhouse. This is taken from the main road. The road in front of you goes down towards Ford Hall and the Ford complex. The site entrance is just beyond the building behind that little red post box there. So just a reminder, the Chestnut Farmhouse is listed. That's the barn to the left is a Kirtley's listed building. Next slide, please. So this is looking through the entrance gates, the historic entrance gates, into the start of the parking areas. And the next slide, please. And this is further in to the showing the parking areas and the parkland beyond. And the next slide. And further into the site, that is the ticket office and shop, which is a modern building, although it's constructed of natural stone. It's got wide gables and is no particular merit in its own right. And it's partly built on the line of the historic driveway. So removal of that would be an enhancement in landscape and also an enhancement to historic features. Next slide, please. And this is a slide from down halfway down the car park levels, looking back up towards the ticket office building and the group of buildings, and you can see how the existing car parking has been cut into what were the natural ground levels and the more modern planting there. Next slide, please. And this is just taken from the other side, looking back up towards the Sheffield Road to show you that change in levels, and you can see how the parkland stretches away into the background. Next slide, please. And this is just a few shots of the wildlife enclosures and ponds which are situated in the river valley, just to give you a flavour of what's going to be removed. Thank you. Next slide. So this is the detailed site plan for the proposal. The dotted line there is the application site area. You would have a shared access to the new dwelling from the main entrance, and as you go into the site, you can just make out to the left in the yellow there parking spaces for the new dwelling, which would then, from that, a short path would lead to a entrance building above ground, and just to the north of that, the green area is where the dwelling would be set into the ground, and the lighter grey V shape is the terrace, which is set within a sunken area cut into the ground. That terrace will be separated from the land to the north of that by a walling and a ha-ha feature. So there'll be no fencing or other division to the parkland. And then the land north of that, which is formerly where the current cut-in car parks are, the levels would be restored back to parkland and planted as such. And you can see to the south sort of the new dwelling location, the removal of the ticket office and shop has enabled the line of the original historic driveway to be reinstated. And you can see new planting to restore that land to woodland and new formal planting as part of the restoration of these areas to parklands again. Next slide, please. I won't dwell on this one much, but if we go to the next slide, sorry. So this just shows the retained trees in pink, and in the centre of that, the dotted lines are the modern trees in the car parking area, which are being removed to make way for the proposed dwelling. And the next slide, please. So just going through the plans in detail. So this is looking down on top of the proposed dwelling. So you've got the car parking areas just off to the bottom left of the slide. You see the pathway coming to the above ground entrance feature. This will be surrounded by stone walls and will be a clearly modern contemporary feature, which we'll see in the elevations in a moment. This would have a black zinc roof, and just to the north and the east of that feature, you can see those triangular or rectangular areas, I should say, are the roof lights which give light wells down to the dwelling, which is beneath the ground there. And again, the lighter grey V-shaped terrace at the lower level and a small area of curtilage. Next slide, please. So you can see here the entrance feature that encloses stairs and a lift down to the ground below, to the dwelling below. And the next slide. And this is the accommodation below. So you can see in the bottom left where the stairs are down into that accommodation, and the V shape with glazed windows facing north into the parkland over the ha-ha and terrace feature, which you can see there. It would be a 4-bedroomed dwelling. If you go to the next slide, please. I think this is helpful because this shows the a section through the site. This is a long section, so you see the entrance feature on the left-hand side, stairs down to the main accommodation, and the light well, all hunkered into the ground, surrounded by the reinstated ground levels. On the next slide, please. I think these next two are the most important because it demonstrates how the terrace in front of the dwelling is bounded by the stone wall to the right-hand side. You can see there in black, and the ha-ha feature behind, and then up to the restored parkland level. So the terrace in front of the glazed windows is a stone wall's height lower than the ground in front of it as you look out into the parkland. And the next slide, please. This is a section looking the other way, looking back up towards the Sheffield Road, similar to the last one. And the next slide, please. So looking at the design in detail, this is the entrance building. You have there, the dark areas are matte black zinc cladding, flanked by stone walls, and the entrance screen containing the door will be glazed behind timber planking. And that looks back towards the parking area and back towards the group of buildings at the Chestnut Farmhouse. And the next slide, please. And this is looking back, this is looking from the historic driveway back towards the entrance feature. So you can see the stone walls and the cladding above. And the next slide, please. This is looking from the parkland, corner of the parkland, looking back up towards the entrance feature, and you can just see the barn in the right hand side in the group of buildings set some distance back in this shot. There is one opening on the left hand side there that looks into the parkland from the entrance feature. And the next slide, please. So this is looking from the terrace back at the dwelling set into the ground. The left hand door there is an integral store, and the restored ground levels behind, and the planting which leads up to where the ticket office and the shop has been removed with the restored historic driveway. Also of note here is that the plans have been amended since first submission. The glazed areas have been reduced by the introduction of boarding in front of the glazing, which considerably reduces the area of glass, which will be important in longer distance views and lighting at low light levels. Next slide, please. This is looking back more of a straight on view from the parkland towards the proposed dwelling. So you can see the land levels as they rise up to the entrance feature, and then back further back the barn A and the entrance gates well back in the Chestnut Farm Centre group of buildings. And the glazed slot there giving light into that entrance feature, looking back towards the historic drive and the parkland. And the next slide, please. This is a view from the Sheffield Road. So you're coming from Rushup direction towards Chapel. You can just see the group of buildings, the Slackhall Farm in the far left of the slide there. And rather helpfully, this was taken in winter. And you can see in the centre of the slide, the snow covering the parking areas, which helps them to be picked out. And the site for the proposed dwelling is on the upper level of that, just hidden behind the trees there. And these are glimpse views from this point. Other glimpse views at long distance are available from the footpath, but over 1 kilometre away. And it must be remembered that in its heyday, when it was in use, these parking areas would have been full of parked cars. And the next slide is now this is a photo montage, so with thanks to the landscape consultants, I've had to trim it down slightly, so bear in mind that this is a photo montage and take appropriate caution accordingly. This shows the restored levels in the centre of the site where the parking areas have been removed, and the proposed dwelling is just set behind the trees, And the most obvious feature is quite light in the centre there is the entrance feature. I think actually this photo montage overplays the prominence of the stone walls around the entrance feature. In practice, they would be in natural stone and would be dark and less obvious. So I think this represents a worst case scenario, but I think it does show the setting quite nicely. If we could have the next slide, please. Oh, so I'll so just to go back to talk a bit more about the details of the proposal. The dwelling, in addition to the design that you've seen here, the dwelling is supported by documents which explain it has high sustainability credentials. It would have a ground source heat pump set alongside it to heat the building. It's also proposed that there would be an electric vehicle charging point in the parking area, and waste treatment would be dealt with by a packaged sewage treatment plant, which would deal with that. Bearing in mind where the dwelling is located, hunkered into the ground and looking out into the parkland, we have no concerns about amenity in relation to the Chestnut Farmhouse or any other dwellings. And we have obviously acknowledged that the proposal is an innovative design approach, which in our view represents the way it's hunkered into the ground and the landscaping is dealt with. It represents a significant enhancement to the built environment and the landscape, from the removal of the ticket office, the restoration of the parkland, the removal of the vast majority of the wildlife enclosures in the river valley.
John, we have no, well, I have no pictures or anything, just the planning committee has come up on the front of my screen. I can't see what you're talking about.
At this point, I'm not referring to any particular slide, Mrs. Potter, so thank you. So I'm just summing up at this point, members. So move on to say that we don't have there are no highway concerns with the proposal. And of course, I've pointed out that the removal of the ticket office building enables the historic driveway to be realigned. So that would enhance the conservation area, and it would also enhance the setting of the list of buildings by the removal of those buildings and the increased landscaping. We are aware through the ecological report that bats are using the ticket office building and a licence will be required to disturb them. However, adequate mitigation is proposed, and in the wider public benefits of this scheme, we consider we're in support of losing that particular habitat. You'll see that also that we are proposing, the recommendation is subject to section 106, which is needed to make sure that the areas of restored parkland in front of the house are managed and maintained as grazing land in the same regime as the rest of the parkland. This is really important to achieve the enhancement. And also, we'd like to make an amendment to that, an additional term to that, to make sure that the former wildlife enclosures, which are covered by condition 12 in our recommendation, that they be demolished and fully removed from the site before first occupancy of the dwelling is brought into the section 106 agreement, because we do have concerns that the new dwelling is likely to be marketed separately from the parkland. There's no guarantee that the two will go together. So it's really important that we achieve those enhancements, and that's secured through the section 106 agreement. And also that if the parkland is sold separately, that we don't get pressure for buildings which would undermine the open setting of that, the setting of the list of buildings, and harm the landscape. So subject to those amendments, Chair, I'll pass the application, the item back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, John. I've heard all that you said, and I've actually been watching you on YouTube. Unfortunately, I've lost a picture of the meeting. So we're now going to move to public participation, and our first caller who should be on the telephone is Miss Colley. So I'll hand over to Alden House for that, please.
Thank you, Chair. So can we just check, Miss Colley, are you with us? Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, so if we can just do a quick check, can you just introduce yourself and let us know if you're speaking for this item, please, just to check members can hear you.
Yes, I am Betty Colley, and I am speaker on your item 6. I am speaking against the new building only.
Thank you very much. Members, could you hear her? Yes, thank you very much. So just to let you know, you will have 3 minutes to speak. When your 3 minutes starts, you will hear this sound. And you will hear the same sound again when you've got 10 seconds left. Is that all right?
Can I say that I didn't hear any sound at all? No sound.
Did you try it again?
No
1
sound.
second. Did you hear it that time?
Well, just about, yes. Okay.
Yeah, fabulous. When your 3 minutes is over, if you just hang up the phone call, thank you. So your 3 minutes starts now.
Unless conditions are actually applied, executed, and adhered to, a list of conditions without action is worthless. In all previous developments on this site, Peak Park officers were totally overwhelmed by the applicant's persistent non-compliance. Quoting from the second Ombudsman report, the authority has failed in its responsibility to oversee compliance with the planning controls on site. This is despite complaints and a promise to a previous Ombudsman. The second Ombudsman found, and I quote, maladministration causing injustice. Compensation against Peak Park was awarded. Your report says this trendy modern building is incongruous with its conservation area surroundings. True, it is not appropriate in between two conservation hamlets. The proposed modern building is surrounded by listed assets. In Slackhall, 5 in close proximity, including 2 tombstones in the desecrated Quaker graveyard. This bunker would tower above and impact the closer Port Hamlet with 6 listed households and a listed bridge. Plans go against your own and national guidance on harm, intrusion, heritage, as well as exploitation. Should someone be rewarded for non-compliance? Present plans suggest yes. Ignored planning conditions cause this messed up site, now described as previously developed land. Please don't add to the mistakes of the past administration and allow this bunker. The first Ombudsman strongly criticised Peak Park on Chestnut Centre for, quote, no systematic monitoring of non-compliance and little adherence to conditions. Peak Park assured compliance and failed. Finally, the applicant did as he pleased, defying conditions and leaving Peak Park helpless. He gained a certificate of established use after confessing, quote, planning conditions have been regularly and consistently exceeded for over 10 years. The objectors were right. You should not ignore a history of extensive and persistent non-compliance and a building out of step with its surroundings. Please challenge the report and vote against this new building. Thank you very much. And the noise wasn't mine, it was yours.
Thank you to Ms. Colley for that presentation. If we can now move on to our second speaker, which is Mr. Heap.
Yeah, it should be on yours though.
Yeah, right, I'll bring it back.
I can't hear anything. Can you, Chair?
We're just waiting for see what's happening here. I think we.
Roger and Carol Heap are my parents and are the applicants. Mum and Dad ran the Chestnut Centre from 1984 until its closure in early 2015. I grew up in the house where they still live at Ford Hall, which is adjacent to the Chestnut Centre. I'm aware there is a sense of loss regarding the closure of what was a popular visitor attraction within the national park. The reason the centre was closed was simply down to my mum and dad getting older. My father is 81 and the work and stress involved in keeping the place going just got too much. The centre never generated sufficient profit to make employing a general manager financially viable, so my parents ran the place on a day-to-day basis. So the decision was taken to close the doors in January 2017. The animals were all rehomed to other wildlife parks, including the one that I run myself in Yorkshire. The site was actively and vigorously marketed as a visitor attraction, but no serious interest was received. There was never any question that the animals would have been sold alongside the land. So this is why an alternative use for the site has been sought. The application is a result of a long and detailed consultation with the planning authority. We had lengthy discussions with one of your officers, Adam Maxwell, about the proposals and the potential enhancements to the overall site. The idea of a house that is both environmentally sustainable and almost completely hidden in the landscape was immediately attractive to my parents. Throughout the process, the sensitive development of the site has been of the utmost importance. My parents have lived in Ford Hall for 50 years and have spent all of that time working towards the care and preservation of this very special upland valley. That sense of stewardship and custodianship will continue. This proposed development is literally on their doorstep. How the new house will look and how it will affect the area is of critical importance to them. Whilst Paul will talk more in regard to the design, I will say that the proposed house will be a wonderful addition to the area and will definitely be less of an impact than the car park, shop, cafe and ticket office that presently occupy this site. I'm aware of a small number of objections to the application. I do think it is relevant that none of the immediate neighbours have objected. Both Mr. Colley and Mr. McGee are both neighbours or ex-neighbours of my parents, and both are serial objectors of any applications put forward by my parents. I hope you can give this sensitive and carefully considered application your support. Thank you for your time.
Thank you to Mr. Heap for that. Our next speaker is Mr. Holden. And Mr. Holden will be with us shortly.
Good morning. My name is Paul Holden and I'm a director at Peak Architects. We are the appointed architects for the applications at the Chestnut Centre. Today I wish to concentrate on the new dwelling and the factors which influenced our design and approach. Our approach from the outset was one of enhancement. Discussions with the planning, conservation and landscape teams at the Peak Park quickly established that it was a real opportunity for the new dwelling to improve the siting and context of the listed buildings, regrade and reinstate the original landscape, and improve the landscape visual impact and the wider views into the site. The listed buildings form a tight complex of buildings centred around the Quaker burial ground. The visual connection of this cluster to Ford Hall and the wider context had been lost through the construction of the ticket office and cafe to support its former use. Likewise, there had been a significant regrading of natural slope leading up to the listed buildings to form the car park extension, which was visually intrusive. Our proposal removed the ticket office and regraded the ground back to its original slope and alignment. The proposed dwelling was positioned to work with the regraded slope to reduce its visual impact and to sit within the natural landscape. Careful consideration was given to long-distance views and how the building sat in the landscape. The use of green roofs and bars to further reduce its visibility were incorporated. The main part of the new dwelling sits as a linear slot within the landscape to work with the contours. The facades were deliberately simple in approach, a backdrop of a traditional coarse grit stone wall within which simple slots of glass were incorporated, to maximise the natural lighting to the dwelling, but also maintain a simple palette and horizontality to the facades. The facade was further broken down by the addition of a simple timber screen to the glazed panels, which create both solar shading for the building to prevent overheating, but to minimise views into the property and the impact of the building within its context at night. These panels will naturally weather and turn grey and allow the building to further visually emerge into the woodland backdrop. The use of traditional materials with contemporary build techniques and a slimline glazing system have allowed the effective bulk of the building to be reduced and the height of the facades to be kept to a minimum. The entrance to the building is on the upper level and has taken its reference from a traditional penfold, a simple dry stone wall within which sits a contemporary zinc-clad box. The simplicity of this form merges into the backdrop, and the windows to this element have been kept to a minimum to reduce its impact upon the landscape. The entrance directly faces the entrance to the site off the highway. The building's green credentials include upgraded insulation to exceed current building regulation standards, the use of a ground source heat pump and a mechanical ventilation heat recovery system. In addition to the above, we are proposing the incorporation of low energy light fittings, water conserving taps and sanitary ware, rainwater harvesting in conjunction with natural soakways and a packaged sewage treatment plant. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you to Mr. Holden for that. And our final speaker on this item is Ms. McIntyre.
Good morning. My name is Caroline McIntyre and I'm the agent for the Chestnut Centre applications. As you'll note from the agenda, there are 3 applications for this site before you this morning, and I'm going to cover all 3 of them in this speech. We split the historic buildings out as a separate application to keep matters more simple, as these buildings also require listed building consent. However, all 3 applications are interlinked and the proposed enhancements relate to the wider site. We started discussions with officers in the summer of 2019 about options for the Chestnut Centre and the existing buildings on site. It became apparent as part of these discussions that the retention of the ticket office was not supported. So we discussed proposals with officers whereby this building was demolished as part of a range of enhancements and a new dwelling provided on the site. We believe that there are significant enhancements across the whole site as a result of the combined application proposals. These include: the proposals would result in the loss of the current use of the wildlife park with the removal of the associated facilities. The Chestnut Centre was visited by approximately 47,000 people each year, and this equated to around 18,000 two-way trips by car to the site per annum. These would no longer be able to take place. The reduction in trips to the site also has added benefits such as improvements to air quality and noise for the surrounding neighbouring properties. The removal of the car park overspill extension would have landscape benefits with the reduction in the area of development and the return of the vast majority of the car park extension to parkland. The proposed new dwelling uses a change in level across the site to reduce its scale. The layout, form and profile, including the incorporation of a green roof, means that in short and longer views the visibility of the dwelling will be minimal. The ticket office, which is non-traditional in its form and footprint and is in a prominent position, and its removal will be an enhancement to the site, allowing the historic route to Ford Hall to be read. This also improves the setting of the historic buildings and allows the traditional arrangement of the cottage and barns to be read together. The proposals give the financial impetus to refurbish the existing cottage, which is currently in a poor state of repair, and would give a future viable alternative use to the 2 barns. There's also an ecological benefit to the wider site in the removal of non-native species such as giant otters from the river. The reduction in footfall through the park and along the river will also benefit the ecology of the wider area. New boundaries would be native hedgerows and new tree planting is proposed. New bat and bird boxes will be included in the scheme. In summary, the proposals deliver a range of significant enhancements to the site, deliver a well-designed and highly sustainable new home, and provide a viable future for the historic buildings. We therefore ask you follow your officer's recommendation and grant permission for these applications. Thank you.
Thank you to Ms. McIntyre for that presentation. It's now over to members. Now at the moment I've just got, I can see 1 member and I've got a picture of the plans on the screen. Thank you, that's better. So if you can use your hands up facility as well, then we make sure we catch everyone that needs to speak, please, and wants to speak. So Patrick looks like he's going to start us off. Thank you. Patrick? Patrick, you're muted. You're still muted, Patrick. Any other members? Are there any other members want to contribute while Patrick sorts out his? William, let's go to you.
Thank you, Chair, for that. It said, as far as I'm concerned, the building, the impact on the wildlife will override anything. We mentioned about there are 4 bat roosts there, and all right, we're going to put nesting boxes in for the birds as well, which are supposed to be there, and we've cut down on the window area to cut down on light pollution, but it won't cut down on light pollution because there'll be outside lights and what have you. And even if you have a thing that you know, a condition saying you don't want any outside lights, you know, it'll be a danger to the public, so people will have to have outside lights. And bats don't like outside lights, and they are a European protected species, and we're supposed to be protecting all this wildlife. And in actual fact, as far as I can see, the development will cause this. Well, the impact will be far greater than anything's going to be gained. I don't like the actual design of it. Yes, it may be innovative, but as far as I'm concerned, I just don't like the look of it. Sorry about that.
Thank you, William. Patrick, would you like to try again? That's better. Try that, Patrick.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Everything disappeared off the screen. I don't know where it went. There's part of me that would like to be supportive of this, but I'm having some problem with the policy end of it. If you look at page 18 of our reports, paragraph 47 quotes policy HC1. And HC1 tells us that new build housing that is not affordable housing will not be approved, even for the purposes of environmental enhancement, outside the designated settlements. Now, there may be occasions where that principle is overruled, but what's worrying me about this report is that it just simply doesn't address the issue. And it refers us instead to other policies, which when you start to trace them through, come back to the policy GSP1, which is referred to in the report. But when you read the housing policy, HC1, in its complete form, because it's not fully quoted in the report, the policy HC1 says that new housing will be permitted in accordance with policy GSP1 only in certain circumstances, and this is not one of those circumstances. So as far as I can see, if we are to approve this because we think that the environmental enhancement is worth it, then we're going to be going against a policy which we are upholding in other places. I mean, if you take the logic of this report, any farmer who has a clapped out concrete barn covered with corrugated iron somewhere in the middle of a field somewhere can come along and say, I'm going to put a house on that. I'm going to enhance that particular piece of landscaping by having a house rather than a clapped out old concrete barn. To take another example, I have heard it said that one of the reasons why we're very reluctant to accept housing on the Marquis of Granby site is because it's outside the designated settlement of Bamford. A bit of an arguable thing, but nonetheless, that is an argument that's being used. So if we're going to approve this particular application, we have to do it either consciously knowing that we're going outside policy, or we have to have a better explanation of how we are in policy than this report provides. And you've all disappeared from my screen again.
Right, thank you, Patrick. You're still there. Thank you for your comment. Jane, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah, go on. So I think if we refer ourselves, I'll start by the Marquis of Granby site, and we have given pre-application advice in relation to that site, which as we don't publish our pre-application advice, I assume that you haven't been party to or read, Patrick. I'd be very happy to share that with you if you need to see that. But we've given pre-application advice and we have said that because of policy DMH6 in the development management policies, which says redevelopment of previously developed land for housing will be permitted provided that the development conserves and enhances the valued character of the built environment or landscape on, around or adjacent to the site, and where the land is inside or on the edge of a core strategy policy DS1 settlement and subject to viability, an element of the housing addresses local need for affordable housing, potentially including starter home, custom or self-built housing provision. So we've given pre-application advice in that case in relation to that policy. So I think your summary might be a little bit reductive in terms of your sort of description of the advice we may have given in that relation to that site. Sorry.
Sorry, Patrick, that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, I just couldn't hear anything other than that noise. So in relation to this site, we do think that, as set out in the report, that the land is previously developed, and we are of the view that there is sufficient enhancement in order to recommend this for approval. There is particularly an issue in relation to the conservation area and in relation to the listed buildings around the site. So there are opportunities for enhancement in this regard. And I think the important thing to remember is that we're not comparing necessarily what you see on the ground today, but actually the permitted use of the site in terms of the sorry, Patrick, mute whatever it is you're listening on. You appear twice, and I've got a lot of feedback.
Do anything.
Whoa. Thanks. So we think there are opportunities for enhancement in relation to the setting of the listed buildings and the conservation area. And it's important to remember that it isn't necessarily a case of comparing what is on the ground today, given that the Chestnut Centre isn't actually open, but the reality of what is the permitted use of the site and that volume of car parking that existed that exists when the site is under operation. And so that is the fallback position in terms of the impact on the conservation areas and on the listed buildings. And so I think that has significant weight in relation to consideration of this scheme.
Jane, it's Brian Taylor here, Head of Policy. I just wondering if I could make a point here that possibly it isn't clear enough in the report, but I think there is a fundamental route through the core strategy HC policy 1. The exceptions that we have for housing are obviously for affordable housing or where it conserves and enhances the national park. So part C of HC1 gives us two examples of where we can allow for market housing where it drives conservation and enhancement. And the first part of that is in relation to valued vernacular or listed buildings. And I was quite happy, really, when I looked at the combination of these applications coming forward at this site, that this was in relation to the conservation and enhancement of the setting of this listed building group. So there's a direct route through HC1 Part C that I was seeing. Part 2 of that C is in relation to enhancement in settlement. So we have two routes. So one is specific to in settlements, and one is in relation to valid vernacular or listed buildings. And I was including within that the enhancement of the setting. So that could be an area that's clearer, but that was the main strategic policy route that I was seeing, which was then elaborated on by DMH6. So possibly we've kind of jumped ahead to some of the new detail in policy, but that was the core policy route that I saw.
Yeah, I was going to come on to the fact that the numbers 1 and 2 in policy HC1 are not ands, they are ors. So it's required in order to achieve conservation and or enhancement of valued vernacular or listed buildings, or it is required in order to achieve conservation or enhancement in settlements listed in core policy DS1. So we clearly fall within the first part of that policy under HC1. And the other aspect of this is that if the Chestnut Centre does remain closed, there is enhancement from the removal of the various structures and enclosures in the wooded area at the bottom of the site. And while they're not necessarily unacceptable in wider landscape terms, they have an impact, and if the centre remains closed, they will continue to have an impact as they become increasingly dilapidated, a negative impact on the setting of Ford Hall itself, which is which that area of kind of recreational pleasure ground is related to, but also in relation to the ecology of that area as the many structures become increasingly decrepit over time. So I think in either respect, I'm content. I mean, obviously we've recommended approval, so I obviously am content that there is sufficient enhancement offered by the proposal in order for us to proceed. I take William's point about the bats and the wildlife. I don't think we could sustain a refusal on the basis of the impacts on bats, because the information we have from the ecologists is that that impact can be mitigated by appropriate treatment of the bats. And on that basis, I don't think we could sustain an objection. And in terms of light pollution, we can control external lighting by conditions, and that isn't necessarily to say that there can be no lighting. That certainly wouldn't be my proposal in terms of wording of conditions, but it would be, there are lots of things that you can do in order to sustain the ecological interest in relation to directional lighting, keeping lighting at a low level, and there's lots of ways in which you can have lighting which doesn't interfere with that ecological interest. So I'm content that those issues can be addressed. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Jane. In the absence of any other members with their hand up, Patrick is wanting another question, and I've got Ken now. Thank you. So Patrick first, and then Ken. Kath, I've got you. Thank you. I'm going to go to Ken because I can't hear Patrick at all.
Okay, thanks, Chair. I obviously have some advantage over members in having visited the site yesterday, but I thought it was a very worthwhile visit because the lie of the land and the nature of the developed land, I think, are important elements in this application. There's a number of positives from my perspective about this, many of which have been mentioned already, but very briefly, I think the removal of 30 plus pens and sheds from in the valley, leaving only 2 sheds and 1 pen, is a distinctive advantage. Moving back towards the landscape that was created as Victorian pleasure grounds, I think that's an important element. I think going back to the area of listed buildings and the Kirtledge listed buildings, there's a number of enhancements, a number of advantages, I think. The removal of the ticket shed or building and shop, and the reinstatement of the original access through the parkland to Ford Hall is very important. I'm surprised it was permitted in the first place in that location, but there we are. So the reinstatement of that historic access is important. I think the removal of the car parks, they are an intrusion in the landscape, which aren't that obvious from a distance, particularly as they've begun to weather with leaves and general vegetation growth since the centre closed. But I think that's an important point to do with the proposed development. The very fact that things weather, things are in amongst the trees, and at the top of the toward the top of the sloping land up from the valley where the pens are toward the farmstead. I think that the removal of those car parks and reinstatement of the land will be very important in terms of the nature of the parkland, the reason why it was parkland in the first place. And that area is obscured by trees. Now, I know it's easy to say that, yes, when the leaves are off, the site will still be seen, but that isn't the case that we saw yesterday. The views back towards Ford Hall from the location, even with the trees now mostly devoid of leaves, the branches are so thick that you can hardly see the Ford Hall and its surrounding properties. And that means the corollary to that is that site will be very difficult to see from Ford Hall and that location, and from further out in the landscape because of some of the mature trees that are in that area of parkland. I think the nature of the design, the ha-ha, so-called, unlike many, which has level ground on either side, the level ground is on the outside of the development, and the terrace area behind the wall is at least a metre lower. And it's quite clear from the lie of the land in the immediate vicinity, and that's right out into the parkland, it's going to be very difficult to see very much of the development, the glazed area, which I do admit is something of a bit of a concern for me. And I do wonder whether we might be able to ask about glass that doesn't allow so much light through, as we've had instances in previous developments where that's been incorporated. And admittedly, the use of timber over parts of the windows should reduce some of that potential for light pollution. Certainly during the day, I think it'll be very much more difficult to see into those areas. The only query, only potential negative I have, and I note the architect's suggestion that the entrance feature was designed on the basis or is meant to be redolent of a pinfold. The actual design of the roofs and the materials being used, and the colour of the material rather, I just wonder whether that is the most appropriate. I think in terms of its potential impact on the setting of the listed buildings, I think could probably be minimised further. But as on balance, I think the proposals for the enhancement, the reinstatement of the land, and the removal of the car parks particularly, and their impact on the setting of the listed building group, is advantageous, they're positives. And I think that perhaps with a little bit of attention to the entrance facility, then this really is something worth supporting. Not least as a final comment, Chair, I think one of the criticisms that has occasionally been made of the authority, amongst all the others, is that we don't allow very much in the way of innovative architecture. And I think this is an opportunity to provide something which is innovative, could be an exemplar of what can be achieved in particular circumstances, in particular areas where the opportunity arises. It's not always going to be available to us in a national park, but I think this is one of those opportunities. So I'll stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ken. Can we go to Kath then, please?
Thank you, Chair. I'm well acquainted with the Chestnut Centre, having visited it throughout the years it was open. I would hope that any buildings that are taken down would be recycled. We're into recycling, and we could be an exemplar of this. What I don't like really is the black zinc roof. I really feel this is incongruous and adds nothing to this development. Thank you.
Thank you, Kath. Shall we try Patrick again then, please?
I'm sorry.
Patrick, you've got two devices logged on. I think that's causing feedback. And
Sure, it could be the same device actually, and it's on the same computer, because that happened to me the other week for this committee.
So Patrick, I think the difficulties are that you're perhaps going to have to log out and log in again. Now, whether you do that at the end of this item, so you don't miss anything, that might be the best option. Have we any other speakers on this item?
Oh, I'll leave it.
Thank you, Patrick. Any other speakers on this item? We don't have a motion for this item yet. Thank you. Ken, are you willing to propose this?
I'll propose it, Chair.
I'll second it, Chair.
Thank you, David. Andrew McCloy.
Chair, a question to officers, maybe to Andrea. My broadband dropped out early on in this item and I missed several minutes. Am I allowed to vote or not, Andrea? No, I'm not.
No, sorry. Unfortunately, this is one of the issues that we have being virtual. That if you do miss any of the presentation, then unfortunately you will have to abstain.
Chair, I do apologise for that, but I missed some of the presentation and first and part of the second speaker, so I haven't got all full facts in front of me. I apologise.
Thank you, Andrew. It's yes, it's sad when that happens. So we have Annabelle. Sorry, I'll go to you first, and then Jane, I'll be back with you in a minute.
Hi. Is happy that
sorry, Annabelle, we've got
the black
problems.
Elements are the most appropriate material for this building. That seems to be the main issue.
Jane, can I just go to you now?
Yeah, I think Annabelle's comment was whether officers are content that the materials for the entrance building are the most appropriate. Just a bit of advice for Annabelle. I think we're having some problems with the sound transmission, so I would suggest maybe you turn your camera off because that normally improves the quality of the sound. I think if that was the question, yeah, I mean, we do cover it in the report and we suggest that it is an interesting architectural design, but it doesn't bear, it doesn't really refer to our building design guide. I think given that the building is a modern design, it's a difficult position, isn't it? Because I think personally, I don't think we want to see a sort of small pastiche building of a kind of barn on the surface. I think that would be really inappropriate. I think the building that is proposed possibly could be improved upon by actually, well, we would control the materials in the wall element at the bottom, but also I think that we should reserve by condition the colour of the zinc at the top. Personally, I don't think black is the appropriate option there. And we've approved an extension building at Longshore for the cafe there, and we've had a really long discussion about the colour of the zinc elements of that, and I think something similar needs to happen here actually, with some a look at some alternative colours and an agreement about the most appropriate option for this particular location. The building is relatively small, and I don't think, you know, that proportion, although it's a very untraditional form, the proportion that is above the walling element, which is the walling element is a fairly standard dry stone wall kind of height. The element that's above is relatively small. I think the amount that you see from the northern elevation, so that you would see from the road and looking towards the development, because of the way that the roof comes down and goes up, it's a relatively small amount. And what you would see from the listed buildings, which is a private view rather than a public view, would be the large glazed element, which would have that hit and miss boarding. I think if members felt that they were sufficiently concerned about it, we could defer for an alternative design of the surface building. My personal view is that the colour of the zinc is probably the most important thing for us to continue to have a discussion about, rather than the form overall. But if members were wanting to defer for that, a redesign of the surface element, we would just need a really strong steer from you about which particular elements of it you felt were problematic, so that we can go back to the applicant with some steer on those points. I'm happy to be led by you.
Jane, does item 18 under the recommendations not cover the design finish of that that structure?
Let me look. Condition 18. Oh. Design details including finish of metal sheeting, doors, windows, fascia and natural gritstone sample panel. I think we would just, I think for the purposes of clarity, we should add in there finish and colour of metal sheeting.
Right.
But if members' concerns do go beyond the colour and you are more concerned with, I suppose, the other two elements are the volume of glazing or the form of the roof part of that building, then you know, we can renegotiate. But I think we'd have to bring that element back. I don't think we could, unless you're happy to leave that to officers with a strong stay for what you want. I think probably it would need to come back. But I do, you know, my personal view is that it would be okay. I think it's acceptable in terms of scale and proportion, and controlling the colour of the zinc is what's needed. But I'm content for members to take a different view, obviously.
I was just about to say that no members are signalling that they've got anything to say, but Ken is wanting to speak.
Well, thank you, Chair. It was just that as I proposed it, I mean, from my perspective, I'd be content for officers to negotiate over the colour. I think the colour is going to be most important. As Jane has said, the relative size is, I don't think that's so much an issue. The angularity, yeah, it's not particularly my cup of tea, but I think the coloration is going to be the most important in the way that it blends in with the background from a multiplicity of views, which is basically the browns and the greens of the trees and the browns of the buildings. I think colour is the issue. I'll be content, unless anyone else speaks against it, I'd be content for that to be for officers to sort.
Thank you, Ken. Mike Chaplin, sorry, I omitted to ask you before. Would you like to add your comments, please?
Thank you, Chair. I think Ken has covered it really. We have to make a decision weighing against different factors, and I do think the improvement to the landscape with this project outweighs any harm from a building which we've got is sitting very low in the landscape. If it was more prominent, I would be very unhappy to approve it, but it has really been reduced to an absolute minimum and is not going to be highly visible. And I think the zinc issue of the zinc panelling can be resolved by getting the right colour for it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. If there are no other comments, no other questions, we have a motion on the floor that the recommendation be approved. So I will hand over to Hannah at Alden House to take the vote, please. Sorry, Jane, just want to... Sorry, subject to recommendations being amended.
I just wondered, was it Andrew McCloy who seconded?
No,
Okay.
It was Ken proposed and David seconded.
Thank you.
I
Sorry,
seconded.
just
Thank
my
you.
notes.
Thank you. So over to Hannah. Thank you.
Robert, if it's okay, so we can just be really clear about it. So the recommendation is as set out in the papers, but that recommendation 12 is included in the section 106 agreement, and condition 18 is amended to add the words "and colour," just so that everybody's clear about what they're voting for. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm just going to read out everybody's names. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against or abstaining for approval of this item, please. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Brady. Councillor Chaplin.
For.
Councillor Chapman.
For.
Ms Harlin.
For.
Councillor Hart.
For.
Mr Helliwell.
For.
Councillor Huddleston.
For.
Councillor Mrs Potter.
For.
Ms. Black
For.
and Mr. Smith.
For.
That vote's carried, Chair, with 10 for and 1 against.
Sorry, sorry, Hannah, you just missed out Councillor McCloy. If you could ask him.
Councillor McCloy. Oh, yeah, sorry.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Chair. Abstain for the reasons given earlier.
Thank you.
All right, Hannah, thank you very much. I'm now going to take a break for 10 minutes, so if we could return for 11:25, please. Thank you. And don't forget to mute and stop your video.
Chair, can someone get in touch with Patrick to try and help him with the internet connection?
I hope so, Mike. I have suggested alternatives, but it doesn't seem to be working so far.
Hi, Patrick. Can you hear me? Can you just speak to us if you can, so we can just test, just make sure your microphone's all right? Thank you.
Oh. Oh.
Hello, Patrick. How are you doing?
I thought I was doing all right. I tried to put the mute on again, but it seems to start working again now.
That sounds a lot better.
Good.
Thank you very much. Members, I hope you're all suitably refreshed. We'll make a start now with item 6, which is the conversion of a large barn to one residential dwelling, conversion of a small barn to an ancillary accommodation, holiday accommodation to Chestnut Farmhouse, and internal and external works to barns and the house, change of use of the associated land, and works of hard and soft landscaping, car parking, etc. So this item is, part of this item is also subject to a listed building approval, so that is covered in item 7. So when we take the vote at the end, we'll be voting on item 6 and item 7. But John is going to take us through the whole of it now, I think. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Chair. I can't see any slides yet, but I assume they'll be great. Thank you. Yes, this is the application site area edged in red here at the bottom of the slide there. And that's a group of buildings forming the Chestnut Farmstead. And the rest of the land in ownership is blue there, forming the parkland. If we go on to the next slide, please. So within that complex of the Chestnut Farm buildings, as before, we have the Chestnut Farm house at the bottom of the slide there, building B on the plan. To the left of that, an ancillary barn, building A, and to the north of that, a larger ancillary barn, building C. To the right of that, the listed grade 2 listed toll house, and of course, as I said before, Chestnut Farm is a grade 2 listed building as well. So the barns A and C are Kirtleage listed buildings. Just to the north of that, the walled rectangular enclosure is a former Quaker burial ground and a heritage asset which contains some listed graves. And again, just beyond the north of the red application site area here, you can see the ticket office shop and cafe building for the former wildlife centre. So the proposal is to beg your pardon, to restore and alter the listed building, the farmhouse, generally comprising new internal and external alterations, new doors, windows, balustrading, and new kitchen and bathroom furniture. And we'll look at the detailed slides in a moment. The proposal is to add building A to the farmhouse and convert that to be either holiday accommodation, a one-bedroom holiday unit, or ancillary accommodation. And therefore, the curtilage to the farmhouse would encompass the land between the farmhouse and building C, extending around building A, and there would be a parking area to the left of the entrance for vehicles, along with an EV charging point. The conversion of building C is proposed to be an independent 3-bedroom market dwelling, which would have a single aspect facing north, away from the farmhouse, which it sits in close proximity to, and you'll see on the slides the importance of that in a moment. So it would have a residential curtilage extending on the north side of the barn and sweeping down to a parking area alongside the access point. And again, there would be an EV charging point for that, for the vehicles there. Right, can we have the next slide, please? And the next one, please. This is just showing the existing tree survey and trees to be retained. I won't dwell on this, but we'll move on to the next slide. And again, this, as members will remember from before, this shows the retained trees, and all the trees around the site are going to be retained. I'll show you more detailed landscaping plan in a moment. If we move on to the next slide. And this is a tree protection plan. There is an extensive report which demonstrates areas that need protecting during construction works and ground protection in yellow. So again, all acceptable as far as officers are concerned, so I won't dwell on this. If we move on to the next slide. So this shows the proposed curtilage is probably a little bit easier so members can see the different curtilage. So you can see in blue in the centre there, the curtilage to building C, the independent dwelling formed by conversion of the large barn. You can see also the restoration of the land immediately north of that with new tree planting, and the curtilage to the south of the barn, incorporating barn A and the farmhouse. There was an issue which we discussed on site yesterday with the fact that the Quaker burial ground, as to how that would be owned and managed going forward. And we discussed with the applicant and their agent on site yesterday that that needs to be in the ownership of one of the dwellings, and it needs to be managed going forward as a simple heritage asset to protect its significance and also for amenity grounds. The applicant and their agent were amenable to submitting a unilateral obligation that would be in the ownership and control of the new barn conversion, the detached dwelling in barn C, and that it wouldn't be used as curtilage and just used as managed simply as a heritage asset. This is really important because if it was curtilage to building C, it would afford views into the curtilage of the farmhouse and associated barn, which would undermine their privacy and amenity, and vice versa. If it was used as curtilage for the farmhouse, it would afford views and loss of privacy for users in the detached dwelling. So maintaining it as open space through the unilateral obligation would be the most appropriate way forward. If we have the next slide, please, and the next one. So this is the entrance gates into the site, and the building behind is the ancillary building to the Chestnut farmhouse, barn A, which is proposed to be converted to a single unit of holiday accommodation or ancillary dependent relative accommodation. Next slide, please. This is the back view of it, facing away from the street and looking into the site. There is a later lean-to extension to the original building. And the next slide. And this is the elevation which looks back up to the farmhouse. And the next slide. It has been used as offices in connection with the former wildlife centre. So modern partitions within the inside there. And the next slide. And upstairs, just a further office and the void over the roof of the lean-to element. The next slide, please. So as proposed, the ground floor would be a simple living room, kitchen, dining area, and stairs would lead up to a single bedroom in the next slide. I should say, yeah, so a single bedroom and bathroom on the first floor. And the next slide, please. So externally, all the existing openings would be reused. The existing openings, the existing doors and windows would be replaced with more appropriate openings. So that's existing elevation facing the farmhouse now. If we go to the next slide. And as proposed, simple openings and a new flue for the inevitable wood burning stove in these buildings. And the next slide, please. Facing into the site as existing, and the next slide as proposed. See the flue there. And the next slide, please. The gable elevation, this is facing onto the historic drive and gates as existing and as proposed. Next slide. Again, existing openings. And the other elevation existing and then proposed facing the street. Virtually no change other than some very minor flues. So building B, this is the farmhouse itself. This is the view from the main street. So it's grade 2 listed building, and the proposal is to refurb this. So in this shot, there'll be a new windows, the same pattern, and a replacement door of a more appropriate pattern we'll see in the plans. And the next slide, please. That's just a close up. And the next slide. This is looking through the Quaker burial ground. You've got barn C, the large barn, which is proposed to be the market dwelling, the gable end on the left-hand side, and the back of the cottage behind it. So you can see the close relationship. And the next slide. Inside the cottage, existing fireplace, regional fireplace would remain. And the next slide. There are some later modern interventions like modern balustrading to the stairs, which are proposed to be replaced with more appropriate balustrading and handrails and new internal doors. And the next slide, please. So this is the elevation facing the street as existing. And the next slide will show it as proposed with a more appropriate door and matching replacement windows. And the next slide, please. Gable end, no change to the gable end. And the next slide, please. And the rear elevation. So this faces the large barn as existing. There's some modern openings there, modern frames within existing openings there, and a modern roof light. And as proposed, a more appropriate roof light, which is still not quite right. So there's a condition requiring submission in agreement of a conservation roof light model to replace the one shown there. More appropriate window frames and door detail. And the next slide, please. And again, the other gable is no real change other than just change the chimney pots. Thank you. Can I have the next slide, please? So internally, this is a layout as existing. And the next slide as proposed. There's no change to layout. As I said, the new kitchen, new internal doors, new balustrade into the stairs as a more appropriate pattern. And upstairs, the next slide, please. As existing. And then the next slide as proposed. Just a minor removal of a cupboard in the bathroom, but new bathroom fittings, new doors, and the upper part of the balustrade in there. So the next slide, please. There is a basement in the building. There's no change proposed to that. Next slide, please. So this is Barn C, the large shippen that lies immediately to the north and in close proximity to Chestnut Farmhouse. This has got a series of openings that look out onto that grassed area between the two buildings. And we'll see as we go through the slides that these existing openings will remain in place, but will all be boarded up in order to preserve privacy between the two buildings. And this new dwelling, if to go ahead, would have a single aspect facing north away from the house and looking towards the parkland. Next slide, please. Internally, there's nothing of particular interest inside either of the ancillary barns. They are curtilage listing, but they have been fitted out and altered over the years. And we note carefully in the report the comments from the Council for British Archaeology about the modern beams and recording of the internal features before they're lost. And we would add that as a proposed condition. These steel beams are really over-engineered, and the proposal is to replace those with more appropriate timber ones, which will be more appropriate in visual terms and also increase head height in various areas. We have no objections to those alterations. Next slide, please. This is looking out from the upper floor of the barn. You can see the existing window, which is proposed to be boarded up in the scheme, because otherwise it would afford very clear views into the back of the cottage farmhouse and over the curtilage. Next slide, please. So this is the barn as existing. This is the elevation looking back towards the farmhouse as existing, the modern roof light up in the roof there. And as proposed in the next slide, the roof light is removed. We have a flue for the wood burning stove on the far right of the roof there. And the existing opening is not too distinct in this, but each of those openings will be fitted with boarded panels to close off them from the views this direction. And the next slide, please. This is the gable elevation looking up from the historic driveway. Gable as existing, you see two modern roof lights on the left-hand side of that slope. And as proposed, those roof lights are removed and the flue pipe is there. There are some soil vent pipes proposed, and we would wish to make sure that the conditions are clarified to make sure that the soil vent pipes are set internally rather than having them protruding through the roof slope. And the next slide, please. And this is the elevation facing back towards the parkland, i.e. on the other side of the farmhouse as existing. You see the roof, modern roof lights, they're quite intrusive on the roof space, being removed. And there's just one new opening on this side, on the upper right-hand side, and that's required to light the bedroom in this space due to the window being blocked up on the other side. And the removal of the roof lights there enhance the roof. And there'll be new window and doors in the existing openings, the remaining openings. Next slide, please. The other elevation, I'm facing towards the main road and overlooking the corner of the Toll Bar Cottage as existing. And the next slide as proposed. This proposes that the lower 2/3 of this window opening in the gable end is obscure glazed to prevent views out and therefore preserve the amenity of the people using the curtilage to the farmhouse, and more importantly to stop views directly into the windows in the gable end of the existing listed toll house, which sits only a few meters away. Next slide, please. So internally, there are a number of modern partitions from its former use as changing rooms and toilets for the wildlife centre use. And as proposed, the ground floor becomes living, dining, accommodation and access up to the first floor. And you can see there on the bottom of the screen that the bottom wall is all the boarded doors. So all the light and access is from the top part of this building. And the next slide, please. Upstairs, very open area, just one blockwork partition between the two. And this is where those red very over-engineered beams were in the photograph. And as proposed, new partitions, stud partitions to create the 3 bedrooms. Conventional layout. And then down, the next slide, please. So I think that's the last slide. So the proposal is also accompanied by an ecological report, which demonstrates that, provided the recommendations within that report are followed, mainly precautionary, there'll be no ecological harm arising from this proposal. There is adequate parking for each of the dwellings. There's also new tree planting and hedge planting, which will conserve the setting of the buildings and boost biodiversity. And policy CC1 requirements are met with both the improved environmental performance of the buildings and the fittings that are going into them, but also with the provision of the EV charge point in the 2 parking areas. So overall, as officers, we consider the proposed plans demonstrate the development will clearly conserve and enhance the significance of the listed farmhouse and the curtilage barns either side, as well as conserve the special character and significance of the conservation area within which these buildings sit. And this is subject, of course, to the conditions set out in the report, enhanced by the addition of the prior agreement of the planning obligation through unilateral undertaking to ensure that the burial ground, the Quaker burial ground, is in the ownership and control of Barn C and maintained in the way I described earlier. So subject to that, Chair, I'll hand back to yourself. Thank you.
Thank you for that, John. We have no speakers on this item, so it's straight over to members for their comments. Unfortunately, although I can see John and Jane, I can't see the members at the moment. So if any members have got a burning question, could they please indicate through the hands up device or through Hannah at National Park officers, please? And I hope you've heard that. It's gone very quiet.
If I can just say, Chair, John Scott here. I think you got Patrick Brady with his hand up, physically with his hand up. And
Right, so we'll go straight over to Patrick then, please, if that's possible. Patrick, I think you've hopefully reset things.
Chairman, I don't have any problems with this at all. The only issue I have, I've heard somewhere that all the gravestones and things in the Quaker burial ground have been moved. Is that so? And is that part of the proposal to put them back again?
If I come back,
Thanks,
shall I
Patrick.
come back on that one, Chair?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, there's no alteration proposed to the gravestones in the Quaker burial ground. They are in position now around the outside of the walling, on the inside of the walling. The central area was in use during the wildlife centre as a seating area for people to have lunches. So I believe in the past the gravestones have been moved several years ago at least, to stand up against the wall on the inside. So, but this proposal involves no further change whatsoever to that area other than just bringing it into management. Thank you, Chair.
I actually understand that anecdotally, that the some of the headstones were recovered from various positions on the site and were placed around the edges rather than moved in order to provide a seating area. But that is just anecdotal. But we would like them leaving where they are, really. That you know, we don't, and we wouldn't want the burial ground to be you know, planted up as an orchard. And if it was used as a domestic garden area, it would it's possibly not appropriate in terms of the heritage, but also because of its position, it would cause serious overlooking of the farmhouse and the ancillary dwelling for the farmhouse, because it's sort of juxtaposed between the two. So it just, that unilateral undertaking that the applicants are offering just ensures that it is maintained as a heritage asset but not used as part of a domestic curtilage, which I think is probably the best outcome. And the barn, which is building C on the plans, is the most obvious building related to the Quaker burial ground. So that seems to make the most sense, really.
Jane, can I just come back on that? Is there a recommendation needed to cover that? Because I haven't just spotted one.
No, we need to add that in. So the recommendation will be approved subject to the provision of a unilateral undertaking for the controlling the use and ownership of the Quaker burial ground.
Thank you. Next speaker, Mike Chaplin, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's no secret to members that I represent a ward in Sheffield, which is known for being the Steel City. I noticed that on page 32, the Council for British Archaeology would prefer to have seen those changes that were made in the 1970s kept in place. And sadly, now I'm in my 60s, the 1970s do seem to be ancient history. Is it not going to be disruptive to that building to take out those steel joists? And the other question I have is, if that is what's going to go ahead, is how are they going to be disposed of? Because I think it's important that they're not just dumped anywhere. Thank you, Chair.
That's a good question, Mike, and it's something that we commented on when we visited yesterday. John, are you able to comment on that?
Yes, I'm happy to comment on that. Yeah, as we saw from the photograph, the steels are very large. They're quite intrusive in that space, and they're over-engineered. They don't contribute anything to the building other than obviously strength and supporting of the roof. So we aren't precious about retaining those. All of the inside of the building has been altered over the years anyway. It is important, I think, though, to record that change before it's lost. But we don't have any objections to replacing those steels with modern timber rafters or purlins, which would be more appropriate visually and also increase head height and make the conversion easier to live within. So hence we accepted that change. In terms of disposing of those, they will have a significant value, and they would be recycled. I haven't got the report in front of me at that particular point, but if members wished, we could ensure that is achieved or verified in some way through a condition, just to confirm that where they go to. But as a value, we would expect them to be recycled fairly easily. Thank you.
Robert, can I just add something to that?
Yes, Jane, sorry. Yeah.
We've had a couple of comments about recycling of building materials from things being demolished, and I think it's an understandable point. But in terms of things like RSJs and gritstone that arises, these are valuable building materials, and in the natural course of events, those will be used elsewhere. If not on this site, then taken off and reused elsewhere, because they simply have a very high value. So we don't need to control that necessarily. What we do normally have is a condition, and I don't know if there is one here, for a plan to agree where if there's a deposit of any material on the site, for that to be agreed. I don't think we do have that condition, do we?
No.
So I think it would be a good idea to include that in, because we don't want to end up actually on this site with the regrading of the parking areas. What I think is probably a greater concern is any material arising from that ending up somewhere in the parkland. So if the RSJs and the gritstone for some reason weren't sold and were deposited as waste, they would be caught by that condition. But I think an additional condition, if I can suggest, to for a plan for any waste to be returned on site to be provided in for our approval in relation to any deposit of material, any retention of waste material on the site.
Thanks, Jane. I've got Kath and Ken waiting to speak, so we'll go to Kath now, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm very pleased to note that great care has been taken over this Quaker burial ground. I remember some years ago on the road from the Dams to Sheffield, we were taken to a planning application where a Jewish graveyard had been desecrated, and I really think that is not on. So I'm very, very pleased that so much care has been taken over the burial ground. The back of building C is totally different somehow to the back of building B, and I just wonder how B seems so awkward. A bit of this and a bit of that and a bit of the other, and C is more uniform. I wonder why one was so carefully constructed and the other so seemingly haphazard.
John, can you answer that?
I'm not sure I can provide an answer really to that, other than the fact that they're clearly buildings of slightly different times and form different purposes, hence the different arrangement of openings. One was a shippen. We surmised on site yesterday whether building A was some form of carriage house or house machinery in connection with a former farm use. But it's clear the site has changed over time. Routes of accesses have changed, and functions of buildings have changed. Hence, different openings. But they're both curtilage and have merit as traditional buildings. So, other than that, I can't say any more, Kath, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Ken.
Thanks, Chair. Really, my comment is to do with building C, the barn. I understand where the CBA is coming from with its comment. I mean, the interior of the building has been lined with concrete blocks, and there are those over-engineered RSJs in the east end. It is a phase of use of the building which merits a record, and I think it's entirely appropriate that we do ask for a form of record as a condition. Be along the standard thing about written scheme of investigation to be approved by the authority, I would imagine, but perhaps check with Cultural Heritage team if needs. But otherwise, I'm quite happy to recommend the proposal, Chair.
Thank you, Ken. Any further questions or comments from members? Do shout if I've missed anybody.
Oh, Chair, could I just add that I omitted, given the LBC application at 7, But in my declaration, I should have said agenda items 6 and 7, given that it's associated with the CBA comments. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Anybody further?
I'll second it.
Thank you, William. So for no further comments, we have a motion for the recommendation of item 6, and I'll take item 7 later on. Subject to changes to the recommendations, which, Andrea, are you in the position to just refresh our memories on those, please?
Yeah, so it's subject to the approval of a unilateral undertaking relating to the Quaker burial land and the impact on the land, with the additional conditions as marked in relation to the recording of the removal of the 1970 RSJs, and also the retention of any waste material on site being approved by the authority.
Thank you. So subject to those amendments to the recommendations, I will hand over to Hannah for the vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against or abstaining from approval of this item, please. Councillor Armitage?
For.
Councillor Brady?
For.
Councillor Chaplin?
For.
Councillor Chapman?
For.
Ms Harlin?
For.
Councillor Hart?
For.
Mr Helliwell?
For.
Councillor Huddleston?
For.
Councillor McCloy?
For.
Councillor Mrs Potter?
For.
Ms Slack?
For.
And Mr Smith?
For.
That's unanimous, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. So if we now move on to item 8, which is the sorry, it's not item 8. Where are we?
Item 7.
Item 7, sorry, which is the listed building consent. Do any of the officers want to add to that, Jane, if you would, please?
Yeah, the WSI for the RSJ removal needs adding into the conditions, but none of the other points.
Right, thank you. So we go straight to the vote on that. So over to Hannah
Has
again.
it been moved and seconded?
Sorry, it hasn't been moved and seconded. Very good point. So I need a proposer and a seconder, please, for item 7.
I'll propose.
So that's Ken to propose. Thank you.
Second.
Thank you, Mike. So over to Hannah for a vote then, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against or abstaining approval of item 7, please. Councillor Armitage?
For.
Councillor Brady?
For.
Councillor Chaplin?
For.
Councillor Chapman?
For.
Ms Harlin?
For.
Councillor Hart?
For.
Mr Helliwell?
For.
Councillor Huddlestone?
For.
Councillor McCloy?
For.
Councillor Mrs Potter?
For.
Miss Slack?
For.
And Mr Smith?
For.
It's unanimous, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hannah. So we now move on then to item 8. So this is a proposed dwelling extension and associated works at number 1 Horsedale, Bonsall. And again, it's a site that the Vice Chair and myself visited yesterday. And Tom is going to take us through this one. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, and hello, members. So the application site is outlined in red on this first slide. It's a detached traditional property. It's at the western side of Bonsall. The park boundary splits Bonsall, so most of the settlement is outside of the national park, but this western side of the village is within it. The site's also within the Bonsall Conservation Area. And you can see from the site that it occupies from this slide that the site occupies a prominent corner plot position. It's within a large open garden, and there are very clear views in and out of the site, as we'll see as we're going along. If we can have the next slide, please. So this plan shows the wider settlement of Bonsall, and the red shaded and red-lined areas are the Bonsall Conservation Area. So you can see the Bonsall Conservation Area is quite a large part. We're right on the, well, over towards the western side of this map. The eagle-eyed of you might just be able to pick out the the application site. The blue line is the national park boundary. So this is, again, it's just to show that the site is within the conservation area over on the western side of the settlement and within the national park boundary. Next one, please. And then we've just got some photos of the site. So the application site is the white rendered property on the left-hand side of this photograph, along with most of the garden area you can see. The painted white garage is also part of this application site, and then everything to the other side of the dry stone wall there is the garden of the property. So it's a really good example of a traditional cottage with many features of the local vernacular. So what I want you to start thinking about as we're going through these slides is, what are those features that make this a good example of the local vernacular? And really, it's about the scale, form and massing of the property. So you can quite clearly see here, it's a horizontally proportioned property with traditionally proportioned vertical windows. And then of particular importance to this application, I just want you to note the single room depth of the gable end that you can see here. So the plan form of the property is very much in the identified characteristics in our design guide. Okay, if we can move on, please. And again, this is just from the other side of the wall, so within the garden, effectively. And again, you just get a sense of those the features that I was talking about. You've got the traditional wet dash render and the narrow gable end that you see there. The property does actually, which you can just see behind the gable end poking through there, the property does have a part 2-storey and part single-storey element to the back. But because of the way the site is built into the bank side, the rising land behind the property, that has very little impact on the dominant character of the property, which is basically what we see in the photo. Okay, if we can move on, please. And this, again, this is just from the front. And next one, please. And here you can see the existing garage. Now, the gap here between the gable end of the 2-storey part of the property and the garage, this is where the proposed extension would go. So it would infill much of that space there, as we'll come on to when we get onto the plans. Next one, please. And this is the back of the property. So you can see that there's part 2-storey addition. Well, element, I should say. There's actually been some debate since we published the report about whether this is a later addition or part of the original property. It's clearly of some age. You can see from the render. It's historic element. So we're not talking about a new extension here. We're not quite clear if it has been added after the front part of the building was built. And you can see how that then continues down into a lean-to addition single-storey part. But regardless of whether that's been added at the same time as the main part of the house was built or afterwards, it's still very much in keeping with the traditional form and massing of this type of property. Okay, next one, please. This is to the other side of the property. So this is the gable end that faces away from the road. So you can see the garden continues to the side, and there's the outdoor terrace area there. Okay, next one, please. And this is a view from to the south of the property. So this is standing on the rising ground again to the south. The site sits in a valley. So this is looking down. So again, you can tell how the 2-storey and single-storey element to the rear of the property has virtually no visual impact at all. It's a very subtle element which really allows the main character to be gained from two-storey front part of the property with this narrow gable feature, very much in keeping with our local building tradition. Okay, next one, please. And again, this is just from a slightly different view, so standing at the in the conservation area, as the whole site is, looking across into the site. And again, you can just see how the dominant part of the house is very much the two-storey element there. Okay, next one, please. Now, we've just got the existing plans. So these are much as the photographs we've just been seeing. So if we can just run through these quite quickly, please. So that's the side elevation, looking from the road straight onto the two-storey element to the back, continuing into with the lean-to roof there down to single-storey level, and the gable end of the two-storey part of the house. Next one, please. And the back elevation. That's existing. Okay, next one, please. And then we've got the existing ground and first floor plans. So again, this just shows that the front part of the property has this very traditional single room depth plan form with the narrow gables and much wider frontage, giving that traditional form and scale. Next one, please. And the first floor, so you can see the two-storey elements on the back there, and again the single room depth plan form of the main part of the property. Okay, next one, please. And this is the proposed plans now. Now the first few plans we're going to see are the original plans. They have been amended slightly, so these are superseded, but this is where we started with this application. So you can see in this proposed block plan, the front part of the property with the ridgeline running east to west, and then the existing two-storey elements on the back with the ridgeline running north to south. But then we've got this whole new wing of the property, which extends a considerable distance from the existing two-storey element across the back of the property, and then projecting a considerable distance from the existing eastern side elevation, almost connecting up with the existing garage, so infilling much of that space there to the side of the property. You can see it's set back off the proposed extension is set back off the gable end, but then continues almost as was originally submitted. It's about 6 meters beyond it. Okay, next one, please. And so this is the proposed floor plans. So you can see how the proposed extension, as originally proposed, and it's actually still the case, would project straight off the two-storey element at the back of the property, way beyond the existing gable end elevation of the main part of the property. Okay, next one, please. So that's the first floor plan as originally proposed. Next one, please. Then we've got the elevations and some visuals. So you can see here, this is looking from straight on at the front of the property. Now, I think this one, you don't quite get the full picture here looking at this in two-dimensional form. So what you don't read here is that the extension is set so far behind the gable end of the host property. But we'll see as we come on to the 3D visuals, the impacts that we're particularly concerned about. Okay, if we can move on. And the side elevation. So here you start to get a sense of the extension projecting much, much closer to the road than the gable end of the existing house, which upsets the dominance of the two-storey, the character. It undermines the significance and dominance of that part of the house, which is completely contrary to what we want to achieve with extensions and contrary to our design guidance. Okay, next one, please. That's the back. So again, you're starting to get a sense now that the plan form of this property is going from something very simple and traditional to something really quite complicated. And again, plan form is one of the key characteristics of the local building tradition, and that a simple resolved plan form is one of the key characteristics, and any extensions need to respect that simple plan form and be subservient to the host property, which wouldn't be achieved here. Next one, please. And now we've got the 3D visual. So again, just bear in mind that the detailing has changed since here. But I think these are still really useful to see where we've got to the point that we're at now and the concerns that we have. So again, on the left-hand side, you've got the main part of the existing cottage, and this is the bit that should, regardless of any extension, this should remain the dominant element, and how that has been undermined by this extension, which would project so much closer to the road than that existing gable elevation. And like I say, complicating the existing very simple plan form. Next one, please. And yeah, again, this starts to, if you start to just have a look at the roof form that you end up with. So you're going from what is currently a simple and traditional arrangement with the main part of the roof running east to west, and the two-story element coming off that south to north. And then we've gained these whole two new elements of roof slope effectively, with the whole additional valley within the roof slope. Please. And that's the roof plan, which again, as was originally proposed, which just again kind of highlights the complicated form that we would be left with. Next one, please. So like I said, the plans have been amended. The applicants tried to overcome some of our concerns by making the scheme somewhat more less complicated. So the projecting porch on the single-story element of the proposed extension has been removed. The roof of that element has changed, so it's now a mono-pitch rather than dual-pitched roof on there. And the two-story elements of the proposed extension has been reduced slightly in width, and the windows have been changed to a more simple window design. The aim of that being to try to avoid competing with the main part of the existing property. So we acknowledge that they are improvements, but they don't overcome the fundamental concerns, which are of the scale, form, and mass of the proposed extension. So really, all our same concerns still apply. As part of the scheme, the applicant is proposing to re-roof the main property with blue slate, and also reveal the stone around the existing windows, which has been painted at the moment. But these are some minor enhancements that really are not outweighed by the harm that would be caused through the form and mass of the proposed extension. Okay, next one, please. Then we've just got the proposed side elevation, so similar to the original scheme, but the roof of the proposed single-story elements of the extension, like I say, that's changed into a mono-pitch roof now rather than a dual-pitch roof. Next one, please. And the rear elevation. So again, you can still see how it would project significantly beyond the existing eastern gable end elevation here. And the next one, please. So this is the proposed floor plans. So again, you can see much of the same concerns I spoke about earlier between the creating an unresolved and complicated plan form apply just as much to this scheme as the originally submitted one. The next one, please, which is the proposed first floor. Thank you. And the next one, please. Thank you. So this is, we've not got the full visuals that we had for the original scheme, but this is a sketch of the amendment. So again, you get a sense here of the proposed two-story and single-story extension infilling that existing space, and the scale of the projection still beyond the existing side elevation of the house property. And I think there's one more slide there, which should be the roof plan. And there we go again. Whilst the single-story element, the roof form of that has been changed to a monopitch, really the same concerns that we had with the original scheme still apply. So as I've said several times there, the issues here are with the form, scale and mass of the proposed extension, and the failure of the proposed extension to respect the existing character of this attractive property, which at the moment makes a positive contribution to the character of the conservation area. Feel that this scheme would harm the historic character and appearance of this property, and in doing so would therefore result in harm to the Bonsall conservation area. The site is identified in our conservation area appraisal of being of importance to the conservation area. So it follows that any harm to the building itself is going to have the knock-on effect of causing harm to the conservation area. So the application is for appraisal. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Tom. We have one speaker on this item, and that's Nick Marriott. So over to Anna Aldenhouse for Nick Marriott, please.
Good morning or afternoon, depending on when you hear this. The report identifies for you that the original building is a simple single-room decked cottage, which is a good example of the local historic vernacular, which is entirely in keeping with the Peak District local tradition, and that has been previously extended with a two-storey addition, which retains its simple plan form, giving the committee the impression that a house which is a good example of the local vernacular has already been extended. It is important for the committee to understand the difference between the existing building and the original building. The existing building, what you saw yesterday, without doubt contributes positively to the landscape. Nobody is in disagreement about that. However, the officer's report is inaccurate when it describes it as a single room depth dwelling. It may have been originally when built, but in terms of planning, the original building is what stands there now, as it was in 1948, i.e. for all intents and purposes, it has never been extended. It is in actual fact double depth and typical of houses which have been adapted over the years. It actually isn't a good plan layout and doesn't function particularly well. As such, with the intention to correct that functional error, the application seeks to extend the property to improve the flow and function. National and local level policy supports the principle of extensions. As we all know, extensions of up to 25% of the original building are advocated and on numerous occasions exceeded. In this instance, we're pretty much within that 25% guidance. Turning to the design, the very nature of the architecture in the national park means each cottage or house in villages like this require a unique approach, as in this case. The case officer's report goes to some lengths to discredit the proposals and explains how it doesn't follow the adopted design guidance in their opinion. I and my client obviously disagree. We tried hard to find a solution that appeases all parties. We obviously haven't been able to do that and find ourselves here seeking your support. On any other day, this would have been determined under delegated powers, save for the fact that the parish council on this occasion supported the application, specifically identifying the improvement to the aspect of the dwelling and that it would be sympathetic to the conservation area. They are the words of the local parish council, who are the local custodians of Bonsall and its conservation area. The officer's report also suggests solutions were offered by the authority, which we declined to pursue. That on the face of it is a factual statement. The suggested solution was to create a two-storey extension off the gable of the main house, i.e. move the proposed extension forward, basically in line with the front of the house. To be honest, we considered this to be a much poorer solution in terms of impact upon the existing dwelling and, more importantly, it simply wouldn't and couldn't be made to function in the same way. So, in the genuine belief that the proposals before you now are reasonable, and in contrast to the officer's opinion, we are asking you to support our application, much like the parish council have. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Nick. So members, over to you for comments and questions, please. So William, I see you waving your hand there.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps it could, John, about the actual size, because you're talking about massing and the scale of the building. How much bigger, percentage-wise, is the footprint of this building? I mean, is it under the 25% which is allowed or not?
Tom, could you enlighten us on that?
Yeah, I can't do the maths off my head to work out a percentage, I'm afraid. The extension will project just under 6 metres beyond the existing eastern gable. But of course, it's not just that, because you're adding a two-storey element behind the existing house. You can see from the footprint, yeah, it's clearly going to be over 25%. The extension has got a similar footprint to that two-story front part of the house. So you're probably looking at over 50%. Again, without actually, I wouldn't want to put a specific figure more than that.
I think the
to
important
it,
thing
but it's
is
significantly more than 25%. Yeah.
I think,
Jane,
to just help Tom out, the important thing isn't the sort of arbitrary percentage. It is the overall resulting form and massing. And, sometimes we've dealt with extensions that are bigger than a certain percentage, and they make a good contribution and they're acceptable. And sometimes much smaller extensions are really harmful. I think this is a sizable extension, but our objection, as it's set out in the report, is the form and massing, which is considered to be unacceptable. So I wouldn't get too caught up on the percentages, but it is a sizable extension.
Kath.
Thank you, Chair. I don't look at it in this light at all. I see it opposite the West Reformed Chapel. And if it's quite a strong congregation there, and if there'd been any complaints or anything like that, they would have come up here. So the people that go to that area regularly have no problems. Neither has the parish council. And to me, I think it looks very neat and tidy, and it would be an asset to that area. So I'm afraid I can't vote for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you, Kath. Ken.
Thanks, Chair. As you noted in your introduction, we visited the site yesterday, and in line with the comments that have been made by officers, I mean, my concern is the impact of the proposed development in terms of its scale, its form, and its mass. I think one of the critical views of this location was the one that was taken from the kind of southeast corner of the garden, looking across the lawn to the property. And you could see the dwelling situated where it is, tucked into the bank. And regardless of the slight obscuring by the apple tree, the cat slide single-story extension on the rear, which abuts against the two-story rear area, was hardly visible at all. What is being proposed will replace that hardly visible cat slide lean-to with a two-story extension with its own lean-to, which gets very close to the garage. That, for me, means that extension is going to be much more intrusive in that landscape, degrades the nature of the original building. It's a problematic site tucked into that limestone cliff. I don't deny. But it's, again, once it becomes closer to the garage, it begins to elongate the whole physical element of that property. I think the combination of the garage, the lean-to, and the original house will make it that much more lengthy, and really will detract from the original scale of the property as it's seen from various places on the roads, because what is behind the front can't be seen from most places. It's moving the rear of the building into the forefront, albeit set back. And I really don't think that it's appropriate against the local vernacular that building represents, because it comes across, for all the agent has said about the rear being part of the existing building, it comes across as a single depth, 2 up, 2 down property. And this changes the character of that building altogether, and therefore has an impact on the conservation area, which I don't think is a particularly positive one. It's a difficult area, but I don't think that that this proposal can be supported.
Thank you, Ken. Any members, any further questions or comments? No further questions or comments. We don't have a motion on the floor at the moment.
I'll propose a recommendation, Chair.
Thank you.
Second, Chairman.
Is that Patrick? Thank you. So if there are no further questions, no further comments, we have a motion on the floor, which is to accept the recommendation for refusal. So we'll put this to the vote. So over to Hannah at Alden House, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read out each member's name. If you could let me know if you're voting for, against, or abstaining from refusal of item 8, please. Councillor Armitage.
Against.
Councillor Brady.
For.
Councillor Chaplin.
For.
Councillor Chapman.
For.
Ms Harlin.
For.
Councillor Hart.
For.
Mr Helliwell.
For.
Councillor Huddleston.
For.
Councillor McCloy.
For.
Councillor Mrs Potter.
Against.
Black.
For.
Mr Smith.
For.
Thank you. That vote is carried, Chair, with 10 for and 2 against. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Hannah. If we can now move on to item 9, which is an application for facilities for Hayfield Football and Community Sports Club at Bankvale Road, Hayfield. And we're back to John on this one. Thank you, John.
Yes, thank you, Chair. This is the application site outlined in red, part of the Hayfield playing field area, which is situated on the northwest edge of Hayfield Village and on the east side of Bankvale Road. The national park boundary runs along Swallow House Road, which is the road which comes in on the bottom right of this slide and runs along in a westerly direction, off which Bankvale Road leads up to the application site. There's obviously, you can see there's a residential estate to the south of the application site, 2 detached dwellings on the west side across Bankvale Road from the application site, and to the north of the application site there is Swallowbank Farm complex. There are 2 playing fields to the right of the application site, and access to those fields is off Bankvale Road via an existing access and to a gravelled, fairly informal parking area, which is in the northern half of that red application site area. The southern half of the application site area is just grassland. Can we have the next slide, please? The proposal is to erect a new facilities building, because currently the fields have no formal building on the site. There are 2 steel containers in the far left-hand side there, the northern end of the site, which provide basic facilities and storage volume. So this proposal proposes a new facilities building which would house proper changing rooms, storage area, kitchen facilities, and a club room. And it's proposed that alongside use for sporting purposes, that the facility will also be made available for the wider community use. And the containers, obviously, which currently provide some limited storage, would be removed as part of this proposal. In addition, the proposal is also to widen the entrance slightly and to rationalise the parking. At the moment it's uncontrolled, the parking, it's just a wide area of limestone hardcore, which probably we saw yesterday, can probably have about 20 car parking spaces, depending on how they are arranged. Also, as part of the proposal is 2 coach spaces, as they described in the report, in reality, it would be visiting teams using effectively minibuses and 2 parking spaces, slightly larger than the formal car parking spaces are proposed for that. The new building will be sited in the southern part of the site there, you can see, where it would be read in close proximity to the built form of Hayfield. This is right at the edge of the village, so siting there is most appropriate in landscape terms. There would be additional tree planting, shrub planting between it and the adjacent estate to mitigate any immunity aspects, and we consider that relationship to be acceptable. And if we move on to the next slide, please. So this is showing the context looking up Bank Vale Road. You've got the end of the housing estate on the right hand side, and the application site is in the centre of that slide, just behind the 2 predominant trees there, and that's the start of the corner of the playing fields. There is hedging along the roadside at the moment to Bank Vale Road. And the next slide, which I think just moves further down to the corner there, and that's looking into the playground from that very corner. This is where behind there is where the site would be. This is looking back south down Bank Vale Road, with the application site on the left hand side there of the road, and the housing estate behind. So the building will be sited on that green grassed area in the middle of the slide there. And the next slide, please. So this is taken just at the entrance, looking north across the current gravelled parking area. And you can see in the background the 2 L-shaped container arrangement that provides the storage facility at the moment, and the playing surfaces are to the right, stretching up the gentle slope. And the next slide, please. So this is the proposed new facilities building. It's a simple building proposed to be built out of natural grit stone under blue slate roofs, and it would have grey aluminium door and window frames. Next, this is the elevation which faces, sorry, this is the elevation faces onto, the previous slide was the elevation that faced onto Bank Vale Road. This elevation faces up towards the parking area northwards, and shows the left-hand side the storage area and the gable. To the right of this slide is Bank Vale Road, and the housing estate would be behind this. Well, that's key because the focus of activity and approach to the building, access to the storage areas, are all from this side of the building, which is on the opposite side from the residential estate, thus helping to mitigate any impact of increased noise or activity in this corner of the field. Next slide, please. So this is the elevation looking back up into the playing areas. So you've got the storage area in the left-hand gable. The right-hand gable is largely glazed. This is the club room and terrace just in front, which looks up to the playing surface. And the next slide, please. And this is the other elevation, which faces toward the housing estate southwards. And you can see there a bank of photovoltaic panels, which would add to the sustainability credentials for the proposed new building. And the next slide. This is the proposed layout. So on the right-hand side there, you can see the home and away changing facilities and toilet facilities for both players and officials, and then the maintenance and equipment store on the top right-hand part of that. And then the left-hand side of the building would provide the social room, kitchen, and entrance, along with that bifold doors opening out onto the terrace, looking up towards the playing areas. And the next slide, please. And just the roof plan. It has been subtly amended from the submission to reduce the impact of some of the elements and the scale. Whilst the drawings don't do it justice, they're very simple, those drawings. It is effectively a simple plain stone building, blue slate roof, and plain doors and windows with a vertical emphasis. And the next slide, please. So this is the the tree protection plan, because there are existing trees and shrubs on the site. So this just outlines those trees which are going to be protected during the construction works for the new building. And the next slide. And this is the amended landscaping plan. So this shows the layout of the 21 parking spaces, spaces for slightly larger vehicles on the left-hand side. Actually, for some reason, the architect or agent has drawn the round green smaller shrubs on top of the parking spaces, which is clearly a mistake. The new shrubs lie just to the north of that and should have been outlined in green. So the 21 parking spaces accessed through a slightly widened existing access point. To the right of that, you can see paved terrace areas, the building itself, and the additional planting that surrounds it, providing the buffer between it and the adjacent estate. And the next slide, please. Yeah, so in summary, the proposal provides shared community facilities and sports facilities, and therefore it's fully in accord with the principles of our policies. It's well related in terms of its siting to other built development at the edge of the village. There is no harm to amenity, neighbouring amenity. Yes, there may well be some more activity and slightly raised noise in that corner, but not sufficient in our view to warrant any further mitigation, and certainly not refusal. The parking at the moment on the site isn't marked up, so it is a bit indiscriminate. We saw on site yesterday that effectively you can accommodate roughly the same number of vehicles existing and as proposed. So whilst we note concerns of neighbours, we don't feel this would have any adverse highway implications. Bankvale Road is a single track road anyway, so would prevent physically any parking on that, otherwise it would block access. There is a need, as we set out in the report, for a condition to restrict the use to assembly and leisure purposes only within Class E, because with the change to the use classes order, it would allow, if it wasn't controlled, this building, if it was to go ahead, to be changed to other uses which might not be appropriate in this location. One such change being for the sale of food and drinks, which clearly wouldn't be appropriate in the residential property. The design is simplified from submission. It has good sustainability credentials and an appropriate use of natural materials, which will help the building integrate into its setting on the edge of the village. So for these reasons, Chair, I commend the report, which recommends approval subject to those conditions as set out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Yeah, we have no speakers on this item. I forgot to mention that we did sort of view this site from the road yesterday. So Vice Chair and myself have seen the site. I've got David Chapman who's got a question. Sorry, I've also got Jane wants a question. So can I go to Jane first? I've got Andrew as well. Thank you.
It's just a quick amendment to the recommendation. We need an additional condition requiring that the 2 shipping containers that are currently used as changing facilities are removed prior to the building being brought into use.
Thank you, Jane. Can I just also ask while we're on conditions? John mentioned about the use class. Do we need a condition putting in about that?
Number 14, it's already in.
It's in there. Sorry, I hadn't spotted it. I was
it's
looking
all right.
for it.
There's 15 of them. It's all right.
Yeah. Right. Sorry. So back to David. Sorry for the hold up, David.
It's okay, Chair. Thanks very much. I'm basically I'd like to move officer recommendation on this. I commend to this must have taken the teams a lot of fundraising, a lot of work to get to this state, and in the current with sports clubs, I mean, I've been involved. I've played at Hayfield various sports, and these types of community sport facilities are declining. We're losing cricket and football teams in our local leagues, and Hayfield are a long-standing, enthusiastic, very, very committed club, both with cricket and football. And I think we should give them every encouragement to continue to carry on in that vein. So I'll move it, Chair.
Thank you, David. I've got Andrew McCloy. I've also got Ian Huddleston with his hand up. So I'll ask Andrew first, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supportive of the application, and I like David, very much back local sporting groups. However, my question is over amenity aspects to local residents, because it's quite clear that the parish council would rather the location of this development was somewhere else on site, i.e. further away from the housing. Was there not any discussion with the applicant about reconfiguring the building so it could fit in the far end of the application site, where I believe the containers are at the moment? Surely locating it the furthest point away from the housing estate would make logical sense. I appreciate the land is more constricted there, but you could have come up with maybe a more linear type building in that case. Was there any discussion, please?
Thank you, Andrew. Jane, are you wanting to answer that?
Yeah, go on then. So I think the issue is that the housing estate forms a fairly certain edge to the settlement, and then we move into very disparate sort of farms and a more disparate pattern of development. And so the most appropriate place for this building is that corner, which is closer to the built development, rather than moving something into the more open landscape. But the building has been designed in such a way that because it's a sort of L-shaped plan, the changing facilities and the parts which have less openings and things are closest to the housing estate. And then you've got the bit that it would be so much easier if we were with the presentation in front of us, but you have that bit that projects out at the back, and that within the sort of corner of that L, that's where you have the doors into the kind of function area that are open. So I think in terms of the use impacting on local residents, that the projection of the L off the back provides them with a good amount of screening, and there aren't any openings or anything on that elevation facing local residents. So I think it's the right place for the building, and the design of the building has been carefully considered to reduce the amenity impacts.
Chair, can I come back to that?
Yes, Andrew, please do. Yeah.
Thank you. That's useful to know. I do accept that there's a limited space there, and the configuration of the building itself will shield some of the impact in terms of noise and activity. But I'm with David Chapman on this. A community-based sports is part of a community, and we need to encourage it. So I'll second the proposal.
Thank you, Andrew. Ian.
Hey, Robert. I was going to second it as well. So I'm quite in favour of this. I'm just a bit shocked that Hayfield footballers need a changing room to change, and I think they must be getting a bit nesh.
Thank you, Ian.
All right.
And William, yes.
Yes, I'm very much in favour of this thing. The only thing that has concerned me is that not being able to serve food and things like that, and alcohol. And the thing is, a lot of these clubs, a lot of the revenue comes from the sale of food and things like that, and they will have limited revenue. I have my own experience. I'm on the committee for Ashover Cricket Club, and there is, quite a lot of income that comes in from the sale of food and drink and what have you from the sale, especially not just the players, but the spectators. And yes, I did play rugby at top level, and there are some of the meetings get pretty raucous towards the end of the evening, and perhaps for people going home, there ought to be some lighting in the car park, because it's dark by the time you've finished and you've had your meetings and all the rest of it. And for public safety, I think there should be some sort. But all in all, I'm greatly in favour of this, and good facilities attract players, and it is getting difficult. I know we found this in Ashover with the cricket club, to attract quality players, and good facilities we found draws them in, and this is something that must be emphasised more than more to get these people playing you know, a decent standard of football.
Thank you, William. So, Jane, did you want to come back on William's comments about serving food and drink?
Yes. So the sale and service of food that was in relation to the use of the building as a football by the football club or for the purposes of assembly and leisure. You know, if there's a scout group meeting there or a brownie group, they can obviously have refreshments. If the football club, you know, want to sell cans of Coke or whatever, that's obviously absolutely fine. The condition just prevents the wholesale change of use. So the building turning into something where the primary purpose was it being a restaurant or a cafe. It's just to ensure that the assembly and leisure use remains the primary element. And there is a condition proposed that says that there shall be no external lighting other than under an approved scheme. So there is a scope there for any lighting to be agreed with us by a discharge application.
Thank you for that clarification, Jane. Any more comments or questions? No. So we have the motion proposed and seconded. So I'll hand over to Hannah for the vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to go through each member's name. Can you let me know if you're voting for, against, or abstaining approval of item 9, please? Councillor Armitage?
For.
Councillor Brady?
For.
Councillor Chaplin?
For.
Councillor Chapman?
For.
Ms Harlin?
For.
Councillor Hart?
For.
Mr Haywell?
For.
Councillor Huddlestone?
For.
Councillor McCloy?
For.
Councillor Mrs Potter?
For.
Miss Slack?
For.
And Mr Smith?
For.
That's unanimous, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. Now we've got 3 more items to cover. So I'm contemplating that we take a break for 20 minutes for lunch and come back at, shall we say, 1:10.
Robert, Andrew Hart's got his hand up.
Andrew Hart's got his hand up. Go on, Andrew.
I do apologise. I must leave the meeting at 1 o'clock. I'm afraid. So
Right. Thank you, Andrew.
I have another appointment I have to go to.
Right. Thank you, Andrew.
Robert, I'm the same. Sorry.
Right, Mike. You're the same. You're muted, Mike.
Hit the wrong button there. Apologies, Chair. I also have a meeting at 1 o'clock. I was hoping that we would be finished by then, but clearly that's not the case. So
Right.
my apologies.
Okay. So with everybody else's permission, we'll reconvene at 1:10. That means we've gone past the 1 o'clock watershed. So are we all happy to do that, please?
Yep.
You just wave your hands. Thank you. Right. So we'll see you at 1:10. Thank you very much. Please mute and stop your video.
Anyone there? Hello?
Kath.
Oh.
Not too bright. Right, members, we'll carry on then with item 10, which is a full application for the construction of a timber frame porch between house and barns at Hayes Farm, Cuxton Road, Reapsmoor. And I think Tom's going to take us through this one.
Chair, if it's okay, because we've had a break for lunch and we know that we're missing a couple
Need to
of
register.
members, could we do a roll call, please, Chair?
We can do a roll call. Sorry, I omitted that. So if you can hang on a minute, Tom, thank you. And then Hannah, if you could do a roll call then, please.
Yeah, that's fine. Councillor Armitage. Councillor Brady.
Yeah.
Councillor Chaplin. Councillor Chapman. Miss Darling.
Yes, here.
Councillor Hart. Mr. Halliwell.
Yeah, present.
Councillor Huddleston.
Here.
Councillor McCloy.
Here.
Councillor Mrs. Potter.
Here.
Miss Slack. Mr. Smith.
Present.
Okay, so we'll just check. Councillor Armitage. No, and Councillor Hart.
Yeah. It looks as though Councillor Armitage is on the call because he's still showing, but obviously he's not at his computer, perhaps.
Ah, thank you, John.
Hello,
Oh, thank you.
I'm here. I just
You-
hadn't mute.
Thank you.
Right.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. So I think we're now set to go with the next item, which I'll just repeat, was item 10, full application for the construction of a timber frame porch between the house and the barns at Hayes Farm, Cuxton Road, Reapsmoor. Over to Tom, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chair. So Hayes Farm is an authority-owned tenanted farm on the Worslow estate. And it lies in the open countryside, about 2 kilometres to the north of Worslow village. Next slide, please. Thank you. So as you can see in the photos here, on the right-hand side of the photograph, there is a traditional 2-storey gritstone farmhouse, then a small gap to a range of traditional stone outbuildings. Now, the gap isn't complete. There is a store in between the gap itself, so well back behind the back elevation of the farmhouse, as we'll see as we go through the photos. Next one, please. And this is from the other side. So you can see there, you've got on the left-hand side this time, you've got the back of the farmhouse, then the range of traditional stone outbuildings, and then the small lean-to roof of the store, which effectively links the farmhouse to the barns. And the application we're looking at is in the gap between the farmhouse and the barns. Next one, please. So then this is back looking at the front of the group of buildings, and you can see the red arrow to the gap in between the buildings where it's proposed to site a small single-storey extension. Okay, next one, please. Again, so this is just a closer view, and you can see on the right-hand side the farmhouse, left-hand side the buildings, and then this area, yard effectively in between the two. The proposal is to insert into that gap a small glazed extensions for porch. Next one, please. And then that's just a similar view, so you can see the door into the store, which is that so what looks like a flat roof roofed wall from this view, but it's actually got the monopitch roof on the other side. Next one, please. This is the existing ground floor plan. So you've got the house itself on the right hand side, the barns on the left, and the small storeroom building kind of just behind the farmhouse, and then the gap in between the two. Next one, please. And this is the proposal. So it's the proposed floor plan. So the proposal is to insert an extension into that space to form a porch. So it would appear as a link between the farmhouse and the barns, but it wouldn't provide a physical link. There would be no corridor through, but it would infill that space and appear visually as a link between the two. Next one, please. Proposed roof plan. So the proposed extension has a flat roof in order to keep the extension as low profile as possible. Next one, please. It's the existing elevation. If we can move on to the next one, please. And that's the proposal. So you can see the extension sitting there way below the height of that existing wall. So what I should have pointed out on the floor plan is that the front of the proposed extension is set back from both the barn and the house itself. So what we tried to achieve with this application is to keep the extension as subservient as possible. So when we see applications for extensions that would effectively form a link between two existing buildings, what we try and want to achieve is the sense of separation between the two buildings either side being as obvious as possible. Next one, please. So this is a proposed visual. So as I say, you can see it's a very lightweight structure with a timber frame. It's predominantly glazed, and then the flat roof there. And the next one, please. And this is just the final slide, just to show that this is the extract from our design guide on spaced off extensions, which link two buildings. So this is just to try and show, it's a little blurry, I apologise, but it's just to try and show that the application has tried to follow has followed the principles from our design guide in terms of the best way to approach this type of extension. So we're satisfied that the extension wouldn't cause any harm to the character of the farmhouse, the barns on the other side, or importantly, the group of buildings as a whole. Given that the site's in an isolated position, there are no amenity impacts at all. So the application is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tom. So over to members for questions and comments. I'll probably see you all in a minute. Yeah, there we go. So Ken Smith, please.
Thanks, Chair. Just to say, excuse me, seems eminently sensible. It seems to be meet an amenity issue for the tenants in the farmhouse. It's eminently reversible as well, so I can see nothing to object to, Chair. I'm happy to move the recommendation.
Thank you, Ken.
Chair, and I'll second it.
Thank you, Andrew. Any further questions, comments? If there are no further questions or comments, over to Hannah and then for a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just read out each member's name. If you can let me know if you're voting for, against, or abstaining approval of this item, please. Councillor Armitage.
For.
Councillor Brady.
For.
Ms Harlin.
For.
Mr Helliwell.
For.
Councillor Huddlestone.
For.
Councillor McCloy.
For.
Councillor Mrs Potter.
For.
Miss Slack.
For.
Mr Smith.
For.
It's unanimous, Chair, thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Hannah. Item 11 is the adoption of the Peak District National Park Authority's Residential Annex Supplement Planning Document. And Is this Ryan that's taking us on this one? Yeah, there we go.
Thanks very much. Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'll just go to my notes. Thank you. So this is a supplementary planning document for residential annexes, and it's there to supplement adopted policy in the local plan, in particular DMH5. And this is a policy on annexes and ancillary developments. It was an area of policy strengthened through the development management policies document, particularly in order to support family groups being able to stay together to allow for natural growth of families, care reasons, or things like farming succession. The SPD intends to add further detailed interpretation of those policies, explaining what we mean by things like ancillary, and explaining the use of planning controls to enable that, e.g. through planning conditions and through use of legal agreements, as we saw earlier actually in the case at Ford Hall. In terms of the process, a draft version was approved by the Planning Committee in March for consultation. We undertook that consultation through the spring and summer, and there was a mixed reviews. We were asking questions about the complexity and clarity of the document, and there was a mix came back on that, but overall there was support for its purpose and intent. People wanted it, felt it was a useful thing. So we tried to respond to those clarity issues in a number of areas, and we've set out in some red text in the Appendix A where some changes are made on the back of the consultation, and I just wanted to point those out. So there was a link to some Historic England guidance, which was about enabling the development on heritage assets, which a lot of these cases would involve. As we've seen, traditional outbuildings, stone buildings. So paragraph 4.11 of the document includes a link to some guidance from Historic England on that. There was a call for some flexibility in the interpretation of the policy where we're dealing with larger outbuildings. So again, we don't just have an arbitrary limit on what is ancillary in size terms, but we wanted to make sure that if, depending on the case, that we could get the best planning outcomes in terms of conservation, in terms of meeting the needs of the applicant. So paragraphs 5.2 and 5.4 add some clarity on that, telling us that we can look at bigger schemes where it actually lends itself to a better conservation outcome. And there are also additional references to guidance documents that we've got, which can help us determine what we mean by terms like the setting of the heritage asset. So rather than just leaving a term in itself, like consider setting, we've tried to put some more references in there to help people understand what that is. And that's the use of things like conservation area appraisals, landscape character assessment, and the farmstead guidance that we've got. All can help that understanding of the place and the setting of the site. So we've just made some references to that. So that were really the key changes we've made. We have left it open that there could be some final changes from the committee. And we have had some, I know already from the chair, Robert Helliwell, looking at some minor changes that would just help clarification of abbreviations in the document. So we've got a list of a few things from Robert. And we've set up delegated authority as part of the recommendation in order to pick up any of those further final changes prior to publication. And it would be on that basis that we would recommend adoption of the document today. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Brian. So members, we've got any questions, please, for Brian, or any comments? Patrick.
Yes, Chairman. I think in a sense this first started with me because I was concerned that quite a number of the applications we had for ancillary accommodation were being subject to a Section 106 agreement, something which I doubt if any of the local authorities represented on the National Park Authority have a similar policy for. And the problem with Section 106 agreements, amongst others, is that there's a bill attached to them. The person who applies for planning permission has to pay legal costs, both of his own side and perhaps of the authority, in order to do it. And I was concerned that local residents who were not represented on the authority were being sent a bill for things which didn't need a bill. And there needed to be some clarification of why, when and why Section 106 agreements were justified in these circumstances. I have to say, I'm still not convinced that we've come to a proper answer on it. I've got two areas, well, two very broad areas of concern. One of them is process, and one of them is simply whether the document is actually addressing entirely the problem that I see. I'm a little bit disappointed in the process because this authority set up some years back an organisation to help with the process of consulting parish councils, and it's called the Peak Park Parishes Forum. And as you'll see from the report, that they were not one of the consultees. And I've checked up with the secretary, and that indeed appears to be the case. So a key consultee has not been involved. And we've been hearing in the last 18 months quite a lot about the importance of using the ancillary accommodation policy to try and address those problems on farms where the elderly farmer is on his way out and some sort of arrangement is needed to introduce the younger elements. And I'm slightly disappointed as well that the NFU haven't been involved in that consultation process. So that's the start of my concern. If I can turn to the document itself and the what are called the criteria, there are issues in that which actually I don't think I fully understand what their meaning is. If I can turn to page 97 of the report we have in front of us, this deals with what I described as the criteria for consideration. And there are elements in that that are perfectly acceptable. But it starts off in paragraph 5.2 with the authority will expect. And I don't know what that means. Does that mean that all of those things have to be in place, or simply that those are areas for examination? Because some of them are potentially quite onerous. I mean, if I go down the list, the fourth bullet point says share utilities. Now, I'm not quite sure what that means. It's one thing if you're using the same sewer pipe or the same electricity cable into the development. It's another thing if shared utilities mean that only one family is responsible for the bills. And that would be particularly the case in the context of a farm, for example. So I'm not quite sure what share utilities means, and I think that needs clarification. Then we've got this expression dependent relative. There's something in the rest of the report, and I can't remember where it is just offhand, which deals with the sort of, or implies a level of dependence that may be quite onerous. I don't know, but what dependent relative means. Does it just mean a family who have got an elderly couple of parents who would be better near them than away from them, or does it mean something more onerous than that? And I don't fully understand what that means. I'm a little bit concerned about the scale of accommodation that can be justified, because in the next bullet point, because over the page it talks about there only being one bedroom, but if it's justified for heritage reasons, you can have more bedrooms. Well, I can think of lots of reasons why an elderly couple, for example, might need more than one bedroom in a piece of ancillary accommodation. It may be that he snores, or even she. It may be that they have an elderly relative who will want to come and stay with them regularly. There are all sorts of reasons why two bedrooms might be justified. And I think it would be helpful if we're going to give the example in paragraph 5.4 over the page as to when larger accommodation is possible. I think it would be helpful to explain other circumstances when that's possible as well. Otherwise, this is going to become something of an unsatisfactory situation for some families. And then further down, the penultimate bullet point, it's got at the end of it the word "and." So all of those things, depending on the meaning of the word "expect," all of those things have an implication in respect of every single application. I can't wrap my mind around what that actually means. If I go on to the following list, which is, I think, in 6 something or other, it's on page 100. We've got, I think, another set of problems. This is about when the Section 106 agreement is justified. Now, the report quite rightly tells us that a Section 1, it says it on the previous page, that a Section 106 agreement is only justified where it's necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms. The list in 6.10, I think, goes rather beyond that. And just to take the very bottom one, for example, what is the risk of independent occupation? Well, and then it goes on to say, i.e., could a condition be easily breached without the local authority knowing? Well, Chairman, that is not a reason for a Section 106 agreement. And if you try to stand in a planning appeal and say this application must be refused because we might not be able to enforce the conditions, you'd lose it, and you'd lose it hands down. The making planning enforcement easier is not a reason for a Section 106 agreement. And if it was, why stop here? Think of all the other conditions. Think of all the other conditions that we could be saying, oh, instead of a condition, because it's going to be difficult to enforce, we're going to have a Section 106 agreement. What about the barns, for example, that we keep approving with this condition saying it's got to be demolished when it's no longer in use? How about that one? That could be justified for a Section 106 agreement. And there could be a lot more other cases. I suspect anybody living in the national park will be only too aware of situations where planning conditions have not been enforced because of the difficulty of enforcement. But it doesn't justify a Section 106 agreement. And when you look at 6.10, however, there will be times when a level of judgment will be needed. In these circumstances, consideration will be given to such questions as, what's really needed here is a clear statement not as to the questions, but as to the criteria that we'll take into account when we answer them. So, for example, who will occupy, use the accommodation is one of the bullet points. In what circumstances is who will occupy the building going to justify a Section 106 agreement? I can't think of a situation where that would happen, but maybe somebody else has. Well, there's another one, isn't there? Can the accommodation be easily split? Well, if it can, in the examples that we're given with the diagrams, a lot of them are easily split. They're separate. So if you apply these criteria and to some of the examples we've got in the pages that preceded, you could justify a Section 106 agreement in almost every case. And I think there's a muddle here that we've not really come to grips with. What we need is a clear answer to the question, in what circumstances is a Section 106 agreement justified? And I just don't think that gives it, and it gives far too much scope for interpretation. And it's not a document, I'm afraid, I can support.
Thank you, Patrick. So can we just have a few responses from Ryan then, perhaps, on first of all about the process, Brian?
Yeah. So, I mean, we've consulted, quite a broad range of people in this. All the parishes have been consulted, and that includes the the individual who is also the secretary of the Peak Park Parishes Forum. So, I mean, if the forum had wanted to have specific involvement, I've got a very good dialogue with the secretary. I'm sure he would have contacted me directly. I just don't see that as an argument, really. We've consulted all the parishes. We've consulted Patrick, who at that time was, the lead member, and on the forum himself. So there was a complete knowledge of the process there that could have been shared quite easily. And we could have included the parishes forum at the drop of a hat. It wasn't a problem, that. So I think we've covered that process. And actually, the people that are really needing this guidance is the planning agents. And we've had, we've consulted all our big list of planning agents and had good feedback. So actually, the use of the document from a planning agent point of view has been regarded very well. This is seen as a useful area. The principle of it is understood. And actually, when it comes down to the principle of it, the use of 106 agreements is understood. It's been supported in the policy. DMH5 gives us the scope to apply 106 agreements, and the inspector looking at the soundness of the plan completely got that. It's a normal tool in these circumstances. All we're looking at is the individual circumstances that allow us to apply controls, in terms of our purposes. Is it the best conservation approach? When we took some early work to the planning committee on our use of 106 agreements, a very, very minimal approach. The vast majority of cases do use planning conditions. And as you see, I mean, the explanations and scenarios given do tell us that the majority of cases will just apply planning conditions. And I think there is clarity in there, personally. I think we've got some explanation of those circumstances where we would use one or the other. So there are some specifics in there. I think we might be able to say more about the sharing of utilities. It's really to try and avoid new services and doubling up of impact in a site. Obviously, costs and things like that could be organised within that family group. And some of that might not be a planning issue. So I think there might be issues where we can say more about what a dependent resident are. So I think we can talk about care issues in that. So there could be one or two areas in that we could say a little bit more. I think, all as ever with these kind of supplementary documents, when you're getting into lists and bullet points, you've got to consider, can we possibly cover every scenario in this? We've given lots of examples. We could have limited that to just one or two and said such as. We've tried to give, quite a few examples. We know it's possibly not exhaustive. So I think the principle's sound. I think we've tried to give a range of examples just to help people. The strict definition of what's required is set out in the policy. That's the highest level of control. So some of the issues of being within a building group, subsidiary, being appropriate size, not requiring new access points and services, those are requirements of the policy, and those are and type criteria. So that's set out there. So I think just try to go a bit further in the SPV to try and elaborate on that. So if people want to know where the firm expectations are of policy, it's set out in DMH5. So I'd be quite happy to receive some detailed suggestions for those areas, and we can make further clarifications on that basis. Hope that helps, Chair.
Yeah, I just wonder if I could add something, Chair. It's John Scott here. I think maybe Jane might want to as well. But in terms of those specific points, if I think about the cases we've had where, for example, we have a lawful development certificate application, and somebody is arguing that as a matter of fact and degree and on the history of the site, the place that's being occupied is actually an independent dwelling. The things that are often taken into account are things like, are there shared services or are they independent? Have they have been subject to separate bills? Because in making a case that something which perhaps has been ancillary accommodation historically is now a separate dwelling, the sort of thing inspectors take into account, and it's in the case law, it's been referred to some extent, are those things. It's a relationship between them. It's the fact that separate bills have been paid, separate curtilages. All those things are have to be taken in individually. They may not make the difference, but in having to make the overall assessment, all the things in that list are things I think you'd have to have regard to. Individually, they may not be the deal breaker or the most definitive point, but they're all relevant. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just thinking what you've just said, Johnny, is that you've got to have regard to those, and I'm just wondering if it might be better if it was slightly reworded to, with that in mind, particularly that paragraph 5.2. It says the authority will expect, or would it be better if it said the authority will have regard, or something like that? I don't know. It might sound better. Making sense.
I think John used the words "have regard to" because if you were determining a certificate of lawful use, you would have regard to. But there's no reason, they're the kind of things that you would weigh up in making that decision. But there's no reason why we couldn't say in 5.2, we'll have regard to those things in considering proposals. I think it's probably
it's the sort of language that's used.
It's more than have regard to, isn't it? It's because have regard to is just to consider what's put to us, whereas actually what we're saying here is that some of this is quite prescriptive. So so maybe we should say that the development should should do these things.
So, and can I ask then on that 5.2, should it cover all those points in 5.2? So every point needs to be covered, basically. Yeah. Thank you.
I just would like to say, Chair, from my point of view, this is a much needed piece of policy. We have got the policy in the development management policies that proposes the principle of ancillary dwellings, and it's something that I know officers and members have long wanted to see within our policy documents, because we've had that difficult position where we're dealing with succession and you're dealing with elderly family members who require care, or younger family members who need somewhere to live and finding it difficult. And so it's something we wanted to see, but then the result of the policy has been so that has allowed us to deal with lots of ancillary dwelling applications. But in the absence of the guidance, we have seen a number of applications where what's come forward as an ancillary dwelling just wouldn't meet these sort of criteria, and in some cases they've just been very substantial dwellings because a family member happens to own a property with a big curtilage, and I think that goes beyond what we ever intended in terms of ancillary dwellings. And I think for agents and for our residential population, this will be helpful to them in setting out what we mean by that policy and the kind of things we're looking for. So from my point of view, this is a much needed and welcomed piece of policy.
Thank you, Jane. Any other? Andrew McCloy.
Brian, I see that in representations there were questions to include sources of information, which you thought would be helpful, but you discounted. Why? Because I'm looking at the Sustainable Climate Change and Sustainable Buildings SPD. There's a whole page of sources of further information. So why not put it in this one?
Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's something we can do, definitely. I mean, I think with these documents, always trying to make them as up to date as possible, and we know that sometimes guidance documents do change quite regularly. So I mean, that was the same issue with the climate change one. It was a big push on getting as much information as possible. I haven't got a fundamental problem with that, Andrew. We could easily put more sources in. It was just trying to go to a catch-all document like the Historic England one that brought a lot of that together, I think. So
Brian, can I suggest, just if you could just review the recommendations for sources of further information, it would be useful just to at least just have a handful there, because I think as long as they're helpful and provide greater background and clarity, then I don't see any problem putting them in.
And just taking Patrick's point about the NFU, I mean, there might well be a farming perspective on that as well that'd be useful to take into account. Yeah. Thank you.
Can I just add something in reply to Andrew there, Robert? You're muted, but I'm assuming you're agreeing. Okay. Just that a good place for that additional information might be, you know, we have a suite of guidance for people who are submitting planning applications on the website, and that's much more dynamic. That's much more easy to amend. So rather than including it in the SPD, where amending it is a much bigger job, and people have often got agents and people have often got printed versions on their shelf. Actually, if we keep the relevant links on the website so that we can change that more readily, and then when people are about to make an application, that's usually when they check that information. And I think that's probably a good place to put that.
Jane, I agree, but that requires you know, live links to be updated and so forth. I think I'm just saying let's be consistent in how we present our SPDs and let's make them as helpful as ever.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation that we adopt and publish this residential annexes SPD, and any final amendments to the SPD resulting from this committee be delegated to the Director of Conservation and Planning in consultation with the Chair and Vice Chair of Planning. We need a proposer and a seconder for that, please. Have we got a proposer? Thank you, Andrew. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Ken. Thank you, Annabelle. So we have a proposer and a seconder for the recommendations as I've just read out. So we'll go over to Hannah for a vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll read out everyone's name. If you can let me know if you're voting for, against or abstaining approval of the recommendation of item 11, please. It's Councillor Armitage. Councillor Armitage. Councillor Brady.
I'm voting against, and I'd like my name recorded as voting against, please, because nobody has answered my question about using this these agreements to make planning enforcement easier.
Okay. Ms. Harlan.
For.
Mr. Halliwell.
For.
Councillor Huddlestone.
For.
Councillor McCloy.
For.
Councillor Mrs. Potter.
Abstain.
Miss Slack.
For.
Mr. Smith.
For.
Thank you. I'll just try Councillor Armitage again. Councillor Armitage. No. The vote is carried, Chair, with 6 for, 1 against and 1 abstain. Thank you.
Thank you, Hannah. So now go on to...
I lost the whole of that. The link broke down.
Sorry, William. We've just taken the vote, so the recommendation has been carried. We're now on to... You're right.
No. I would have voted for it.
Okay. Not to worry. So item 12 is the head of law report. So Jane, are you taking us through that one?
Yes, I will do.
Thank you.
You can see that we've had 3 appeals submitted, but more importantly, we've had 3 appeals decided, and I'm sure you will join me in particular in congratulating the enforcement team in relation to the 2 enforcement appeals that we have succeeded on. The work that goes into serving enforcement notices shouldn't be underestimated. It is quite considerable. So the first one was construction of an inappropriate gate posts and a gate at a replacement dwelling that we permitted at Kerber, and also windows that were, there was a condition requiring the finish to be agreed, and it was not agreed, and we submitted in that case that what we would have agreed would have been white or off-white painting, and they've been stained a kind of a dark brown colour, and yeah, the inspector considered the gatepost detracted and that the windows also detracted from the character and appearance of the building. Her attention was brought to other windows in the area that were stained, but she felt that she had no details and information about that, and there were also other windows in the area that were painted, and she agreed that where we had control they should be painted. The other appeal was in relation to the construction of affordable local needs dwelling. So we did permit an affordable local needs dwelling at Black Harry House, Main Street, Wardlow, but what was built was in a different position and a different size. And so it was so substantially different that we alleged that it was effectively just a different building to the building that we had permitted. The changes that were made to it also created a really inappropriate form. The roof is a very strange angle, and that's to provide living space in the roof. And the effect of that was that the square metre size of the house went beyond that we would normally permit for an affordable local needs dwelling. So it's a serious matter to take enforcement action, which would require a largely constructed building to be demolished. But in this case, we felt that the building was sufficiently inappropriate and also caused amenity issues for the neighbour that it was the appropriate course of action. And it also, had we allowed it to continue, wouldn't have allowed it to be affordable in perpetuity. And because it was a different building to the building we had permitted, it wouldn't be subject to a legal agreement either. So on that basis, we served an enforcement notice, and the inspector found that it was harmful to neighbours and also that it was an inappropriate form, and upheld the enforcement notice, but varied. We said 6 months to comply, which will effectively require the building to be demolished, and she varied that to allow 8 months. So the applicant actually has a very limited amount of time in which to demolish the existing property and to commence development on the building that we did permit before that permission expires. So hopefully that will help to encourage that to be brought about quickly. So a good appeal decision. Also a householder appeal that was a written representations appeal at Snake Cottage, Snake Road, Bamford, where we won that appeal on design and appearance effectively. So good decisions. The other one to note is that for those of you who were at our planning committee last Friday, where they had with the annual enforcement report, Andrew included in that an enforcement notice we'd served at 1 Acre Wood, which is at Hayfield, and actually during the planning committee we received the decision for that. It was the erection of a log cabin which was fitted out for residential use, and we also succeeded with that appeal. So there's been some good work and some hard work from enforcement and from the legal team, and it's nice to see that follow through with successful decisions. So yeah, a good series of decisions.
Andrew. Yeah, I want to say exactly the same as Jane. I'd like to thank and congratulate our enforcement team in particular, especially given their pressure on resources. And Jane, could you pass on my thanks to them personally as well? And I'd like to move the item, please.
Thank you, Andrew. Before we go to the vote, and can I just ask about the third item on the appeals lodged, Jane? Demolish an unsafe general purpose farm building and replace it with one for the same. It sounds as though that should go ahead without any problem, but there must be problems somewhere. Can you just shed a bit of light on it?
Yes, it's a vernacular farm building essentially, and the proposal is to demolish it and replace it with a modern farm building on the same plot. It would not be the same building, and the character and appearance and the value of the non-designated heritage asset would be lost through the proposal.
Right, thank you. That clarifies it.
Excuse me, Chair. I wonder whether I could add something as well. It's John Scott here again. Two things. First of all, I think it's important to acknowledge, as I think something Jane said, the legal team is heavily involved in those enforcement cases too, because enforcement appeals, enforcement notices always require an effort across both teams. So thanks to Andrea's team for that. The second one is, I think a lot of you were on the call last Friday, on a meeting last Friday when we had the extra planning committee meeting. It's not appropriate perhaps to talk about it now, but you will recall the last item on the agenda, actually before Andrew's report, was about the Mid-Huntmore track and the appeal. Just a brief update on that. After we agreed the resolution last Friday, I was in touch with the applicant's agent, the appellant's agent, and explained the authority's position. They said they were going to go away and think about it. I've heard nothing, so I've sent a reminder this week and I've still heard nothing. So as it stands, we're working towards the public inquiry starting on the 8th of December. Although there is a possibility the planning inspectorate might defer it even further. We are making the case it should take place in the week beginning the 8th of December, because we don't think it should be held up any longer. It's already been 2 years. And we don't think the COVID situation is enough to defer it, because the planning inspectorate are offering a virtual inquiry, and we think that's appropriate in this case. We can do it, basically. So as things stand, we're working towards that inquiry date, but there is a possibility that it could be deferred by the inspectorate. We're trying to resist that. And still open to the appellant to come back with a revised offer of a Section 106 obligation, which meets our requirements. But in last week, we haven't had that, and it's quite time critical, this, because of the inquiry coming up. Thank you.
Thank you for that update, John. So if I can just go back to the head of law report, Andrew's proposed it. Is there a seconder? Thank you, Ken. Thank you, William. And it's just that we note the report, so we don't have to actually take a vote on it. So thank you for that. Thank you for your attention today. Some technical problems, which I think we've managed to solve for now. The next meeting's on the 11th of December, so we look forward to meeting up again. So thank you very much for your input today.
All right. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you.
Robert.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
Chair, I'll send you an invitation for a debrief meeting.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Jane.